What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Rest in peace, the Dark Chameleon. Peace in the Listen, check it, yo. It was a cold April morning under the constellation Aries. The moon was 85% under the luminaries. From the celestial waters to the womb my soul was carried. Then my mother gave birth to a warrior and visionary. But when I speak this truth, I feel like nobody hears me. Oh yeah. Yeah. Rest in peace, the Dark Chameleon. Peace in the Listen, check it, yo. It was a cold April morning under the constellation Aries. The moon was 85% under the luminaries. From the celestial waters to the womb my soul was carried. Then my mother gave birth to a warrior and visionary. But when I speak this truth, I feel like nobody hears me. Every once in a while, I give sight to someone blind, floating on the globe in the heliocentric lie. Dilate your pupils the more you open your eyes. The truth is sitting in plain sight like a disguise. Until my mother's death is revenge, I won't feel satisfied. It haunts me when I think about the phone call when she died. A river worth of tears shed from my eyes. So I looked up at the sky and I asked God why. It's been 21 years, I'm still waiting for a reply. Since birth I've been at war, the attack our undeveloped minds. Indoctrination camps making us dumb, deaf and blind. I'm always thinking solutions, we are running out of time. The dirty witchcraft is weak, I see through all the lies. I clearly analyze all the symbols and the signs. When I connect dots, the truth starts to align. The people are the power, you can never eclipse my shine. I say the truth hurts, but the truth will set you free. They say hell burns and there's a one-way ticket for me. You create your heaven or hell whether or not you believe. I'm God and Satan, I have to balance out my chi. One day these seeds I plant will bloom so you can be all you can be. Never give up and always hold your head high, cause you are God, there's no need to look to the sky. Okay. Mic check. Why isn't my thing lighting up? Mic check. Alright. Now it's lighting up. Everything's taking so long, man. Like, anyway. Any fucking way. Peace, Gabriel, Marcel. Chief 18 Wheels. Now, people were saying the other day, let me know if y'all could hear me good. Please. Because it's like stuttering and giving me problems. I don't know why. Let's see if I sound alright. people were saying the other day, I've showed some of these paintings before, but I'm gonna let Divergent, because I actually got that one picture I have showed from him, and the brother explains things very good. Not saying I can't do it, but he already put it together. And people have questioned where's the proof of giants, and just like writing, people can make paintings and say they're from this date and that date, and it could not be true. We have to question everything and always keep in our mind that it might not be true. That's what part of being open-minded is. Everyone here knows that. Speak for the people who don't know. And after this video, I'll open the panel up. And I found some paintings myself, and I'm still searching for more. I probably will during this video or after, but there's a lot of paintings out there. And my favorite takes place in Italy. So without further ado, everything is like working slow for some reason. Video is long at all, actually. I'm surprised. Now, what did OTW taught me to put the video on quality. We'll try 360. See what happens.
The ultimate proof to all the
It.
pictures and photos and all your questions. Look at this painting. This is a painting in Italy, 1700s, before the 1800s. The reset. What do you see in this painting? Paintings before the age of photography, even though technology exists, of course, many years ago, like thousands and hundreds of years ago. But for our humanity, before photography, this is the painting. Paintings show the real world. What do you see in this painting? Let's zoom. Let's zoom, and we see this. Oh, we see big humans and small humans, and these are not kids. These are normal people. These are our humanity, you and me, in the 1700s, along with a big humanity.
Come on, man. Are you kidding me? Hold on. I should have never lowered the quality here. I'll put it up.
The big humans, and this has nothing to do with perspective, because as you can see, painters in the,
Let's see.
as you know, in Italy, they were super intelligent and they respected mathematics and perspective. So that's why people in the background are smaller, but even people in the background, look at this, some of them are bigger. than the small ones.
Oh,
But in
it's
this case,
not
these ones
even
are like very close to
here.
each other. Look at this: big
Huh.
people, small people, big people, small people,
Oh, what the
especially
fuck? Oh, okay.
in this. Well, here's all of them are big, but here you can clearly see in the middle of the picture of the photo, and also the actual size of the building is now definitely all the buildings you've seen with big doors and big windows. That's why, because this is the humanity which is double our size. Let's move on to see a screenshot of all this, and that's the reason why um, this explains everything you've seen so far for the cathedrals, the churches, and the big buildings. It was for a bigger humanity, and this bigger humanity has been represented in the paintings of the 1700s, especially in Italy, which is part of the empire, which is wrongly understood as the Roman Empire. This is the same piazza, right, in Italy with the building. As you can see here, this is our humanity, and you can see the doors, the arches in on the sides and the size of our human species. So now you can compare the same arches you see in the real photo picture. You see our human our size. So usually, if the men of our system are 60 centimeters and 180 centimeters, the other big humans will be between 3.2 meters and 3.6 meters, so 3.5 meters high, whatever is that in feet. You can check, but it's for more than 3 meters high, which is a normal size humanity for that time. And in this case, yeah, as well, you see the big humans. And well, this is like kind of like sad because of the painting, but the other photos are much clearer in the sense of what you see. This, for example, is it's the same piazza, and you can see the buildings and
Yeah. So much for them. You know, now my picture. Okay. Anything that could go wrong is going wrong. Like, what's going on, StreamYard? They said this bullshit would stop. Crock of shit. Come on. Yo, I just shared the goddamn thing and it ain't coming up. StreamYard, you're a failure. Come on, StreamYard. Try this again. Sorry, everyone. It's not my fault. Blame StreamYard. More like stream fraud. I'm gonna start from the fucking beginning because I don't know when it booted me out. Here we go. All fucking time. Come on. Sometime tonight. Here we go. Sometime tonight, huh? Alright, let's try this for the 6,221 time. My days are restarting out with this combobulation.
In Italy, 1700s, before the 1800s, the reset. What do you see in this painting? Paintings before the age of photography, even though technology exists, of course, many, many years ago, like thousands and hundreds of years ago. But for our humanity, before photography, this is the painting. Paintings show the real world. What do you see in this painting? Let's zoom. Let's zoom, and we see this. Oh, we see big humans and small humans, and these are not kids. These are normal people. These are our humanity, you and me, in the 1700s, along with a big humanity, the big humans. And this has nothing to do with perspective, because as you can see, painters, as you know, in Italy, they were super intelligent and they respected mathematics and perspective. So that's why people in the background are smaller. But even people in the background, look at this. Some of them are bigger than the smaller ones. But in this case, these ones are like very close to each other. Look at this. Big people, small people, big people, small people, and especially um, in this, well, here's all of them are big, but here you can clearly see in the middle of the picture that the front building is now definitely all the buildings you've seen with big doors and big windows. That's why, because this is the humanity which is double our size. That's why this explains everything you've seen so far for the cathedrals, the churches, and the big buildings. It was for a bigger humanity. And this bigger humanity has been represented in the paintings of the 1700s, especially in Italy, which is part of the empire, which is wrongly understood as the Roman Empire. This is the same piazza, right, in Italy, with the building. As you can see here, this is our humanity, and you can see the doors, the arches on the sides, and the size of our human species. So now you can compare the same arches you see in the real photo picture. You see our humans, you and me, where my mouse is, and the big humans, which are double our size. So usually, if the men of our society, of our humanity, are between 160 to 160 centimeters and 180 centimeters, the other big humans will be between 3.2 meters and 3.6 meters, so 3.5 meters high, whatever is that in feet. You can check, but it's for more than 3 meters high, which is a normal size humanity for that time. And in this case, yeah, as well, you see the big humans. And well, this is like kind of like sad because of the painting, but the other photos are much clearer in the sense of what you. see this, for example, it's the same piazza or plaza, and look at this. So these are not kids dressed in those
Now I
clothes,
tried to
and then you see the
find
big
a lot
humans, and all those big humans
of
are
these
dressing like
people
that.
in
So
that
we know
exact
it was
painting.
right.
It's not
Things to
easy.
bear in mind
I
that you
need
do
the
have
name
proof,
of it,
like
but he makes a very good point right here on how if you see paintings, some of them could be all taller people. And you got to be able to tell. Watch how this is measured.
another place in Rome. You see the arches and you see the base. So take a clear look, the humans, and take a clear look, especially to these humans, especially this human here, who stands at the base of this arch. Now you just check the screenshot, the zoom. Actually, this zoom will be much better, like that. So look at his height, and take the real world, the photos of our society, and look at the size of the same spot where that human was, and the size of the head. So it's like half the size. So that human there was as big as the base here, and our humanity is half. That's why we have the big buildings with the big doors and the big windows, because it was for bigger humans twice our size. Yeah, the question is, now for you, this is as well. So this is like a photo, black and white photo from the times of the early 1900s. This is your humanity. Our humanity, and that's the size of this human, and that's the size of this human, which is half of the size of of the other human. Of the days when they were doing excavations, because everything was mud flooded and everything was full of dirt. So here you can see clearly um, the difference in size. Our human species and their human species half the size. Big question is, were they the builders of all these buildings? Most probably yes. Who is their god? And where did they disappear? Because we didn't find any of their bodies. We only found the buildings. We didn't find any of their bodies. We only found the buildings. The buildings were covered in mud and vegetation. So something happened, and they just disappeared. So either they were vaporized by some technology, or they just moved on to a different continent. And I'll to show you some of the humans that were still left in the 1800s. Um, Especially in the late 1800s, people who, in this case, they had a natural body, because there's two type of humans. I've spoken about this before in the previous videos. There's humans who are gigantic, suffer from gigantism, which is like a disease of the DNA, and then there's humans who have a fit body. Oh, this one was like really bad. I'm sorry about that. That was supposed to be a really cool picture, but anyway, humans who have like a really good body, fit, no genetic problems. They're just big and fit, and they're big because the natural size of their bodies and their bones is different from ours, like in this case. So yeah, there's people, of course there's still people today who grow big, which is probably something to do with our DNA still having some of the DNA of the previous humanity, which means that at some point maybe even they are our creators, who knows. I've just shown some photos
I
for you
wonder
to
about what he's saying. We're
understand
going to
or to
talk
have a
about that.
visual image of human species,
The way he's
of
saying
their
that tall
humanity.
people today have a genetic disorder.
Photos, so that these are, I'm selecting these because many other channels, they're using.
Hello, I'm
Hello,
Patrick
I'm
Stewart.
Patrick Stewart, and I'm half dead.
Did you know that right now
Did you
over 70 million
know?
people have had to leave their
Nobody cares, Patrick. We don't care about your problem solutions. Come on. Here we go.
Channels, they're using the typical like tall guy from the 1920s in America, and he's used the poor guy in all the photos as being the proof of gigantic people. No, in order for a person to be
Come on, man.
fit and his body
Is this thing going to catch up, or is it just going to do this? There we go.
Body has to be natural in terms of like the body shape and the bones and everything else. So no disease, just natural DNA. Like in this case, these guys are natural. So that's a natural human of 160, 170 centimeters, and the others are bigger humans. Now, of course, I would suspect that these are just taller humans of our humanity, but the ones we've seen in the paintings in Italy, those are a completely different humanity from a human species altogether. Like the human species who built everything with doors and the windows and everything else, and even the books and the guns and the violins and the different type of tools. So you can at any given point call people crazy and just tell them, hey, you're just making things up and you're using these paintings of super supreme beautiful because in those days people still didn't have computers and technology, so they could have just made a mistake and portray normal people like you and me portray normal people like you and me as big as the base of this column, but in the actual fact that was a mistake because the people are half of the column. And in this case, well, they made a mistake, so they should have painted this guy at half of the size of the base of the column, like in this photo of the of the late 1800s. But instead, they just painted it in a wrong way because it was a primitive society of the 1700s. Sure, of course, you can say that, but in my general opinion, because of the all of the buildings and the cathedrals and the giant doors and the giant windows, so many of them, and the ones that have been destroyed as well, who knows, that was the human species. And especially because the paintings are from the 1700s and before, and the first photos we have in black and white are from the 1800s. So that means that in those 100 years, 150 years, if you take from 1700 to 1850, something happened. That's why in the world we have so much vegetation in such places like in Russia, for example, or like many other buildings, what we call big buildings. You see the dirt around them and vegetation because in 150 years or 120 or 100 years there is time for vegetation and dirt to grow and accumulate around the building, and to not have any humanity, which means that there was like this period of 100 and something years where there was no human activity. And all of a sudden, that's why in the late 1800s and early 1900s, because that's when our human species came in as a big majority. So probably probably there were still humans. Why am I using the mouse? I should use the keyboard. It's much easier. I'm using the mouse for the picture. I can understand. So that's the reason why there were probably still humans like you and me, our height, but not many in those days. They were probably starting to become present in the society at the same time as the society of the giants would move away. Maybe they moved to a different continent. Maybe they just had a war or something. We don't know. Let's be honest. We are ignorant. We don't know. What we do know is that there have been bigger humans. That's awesome. So awesome painting. This one, but this one compared with the real one,
Interesting.
especially this one, has totally amazed me. This one, with the arch in Rome,
Very
the
interesting.
real photo, the real black and white photo.
What did y'all think? For the two people that are left, if that. That's what I love about him, Marcel. His sarcasm is off the hook. I love it. He's like me, you know. My sarcasm with religion is like his sarcasm with the globe. People must have partied hard last night. Oh yeah, they're with their families. Damn, I forgot. since I haven't had a family in 20 fucking years. Sitting lonely every fucking holiday. No invites, no dinner, no presents, no presents to give. But enough with that sad bullshit, right? It is what it is, like ISIS. Everything's going so slow today, man. What the hell is going on? Oh, it's bright. Ha! If anyone wants to come up and discuss what they thought of this video. There's only 2 people here, I think. I forgot to send these pictures to my phone. Doing it right now. Yeah, I guess, Tom. I hate holidays. Every year it's the same shit. While everyone else chills with their family, has a good time, I gotta sit to be miserable. Anyway. Let me upload these pictures. Get these pictures ready. Like I said, if anyone wants to like there. Oh boy. Just uploading a couple pictures I forgot to send earlier. Failing. Not many. About 20 pictures. Pretty much almost done already. wonder why that looks like that. Fuck Christmas. Fuck. All right, that's that. Today is Christmas Eve. The eve of money spending. The eve of every day should be Christmas. Yeah, what value of breathing? The value of breathing is the value to stay alive and suffer more. That's the value. What's the value of not breathing? Pictures. All right, here we go. Come on, load sometime today. These pictures still ain't loading. Oh, what the fuck? There we go. Oh, fucking time, dude. Hold on, I'm coming. Yeah. Whoever's in the back, I'm coming. Hold on. Damn, why is that doing that? Come on. There we go. What's up, Dominic?
Okay, I'm here, Charles. So let's make it maybe to change it up a little bit. We'll make it either purge day or happy hostage taking day. Make like a family outing. Just to change it up a bit. Are you with me?
Yeah. What do I think of it? hostage day or
Yeah,
family outing.
yeah, it's a family outing. You know, somebody comes there. You can even pick your own sheet that you want over your head, the type of van or truck you want to pull up beside you and throw you in there. It's a bonding moment.
Yeah, but people just see it as a holiday, and they don't embrace the people around them until they're dead. They'll realize how. And I'm speaking from experience. All the times I was around my family on holidays, it was just that. It wasn't, man, maybe I should embrace this time with them because they'll be dead. They could die tomorrow. But I never did. That's how I see everyone else. Just a holiday, spending money, who could get the best present, and all this bullshit. Every day should be Christmas. Every day you should spend time with your family and embrace those times because they don't last forever.
Outside of biology, what could some of us interpret as family? Somebody that you can be close with, somebody you can feel safe to talk with.
Both.
Okay, I'm asking because some people might not value conversation as much as just somebody being in the same room with them, kind of ideal.
Why? Hold on. I know a lot of people here are probably with family. Man, what is up today with StreamYard?
There's a good
Everything's taking an
chance.
hour.
Yeah, there's a good chance a lot of people, as I don't want to repeat it, but it's probably the day off for a lot of people, and they're probably using ways of communicating with each other. So maybe a lot of the system is slowing down because of it.
Man, that took an hour. Just put a damn picture up. A picture. I can see if I was playing a video.
Look at that. They're all together. Even the hoofy ones are together.
Yeah. Yeah, some of these old paintings, man, are very detailed and has crazy stuff, and it makes me wonder. Would a painter sit there and invent this out of their mind to make the picture more exciting to look at? Or was this shit really going on? Was there really hoofed people? It's a possibility.
Well, we have
Pretty
in our
strong
age,
possibility.
I was going to say, we have in our age sci-fi movies making horror flicks, aliens, and all that. So it would probably be the imagination. You don't go around seeing the alien creature walk around. This is how a lot of us get manipulated. So there's a good chance somebody had quite a wild imagination and drew that kind of stuff.
Or maybe, I don't know, but yeah, it seems the men are hooved, right? I don't see a woman there with hooved feet. It's just the men.
Hmm.
Huh. Interesting.
There could be some hidden meaning behind it. Maybe they think man down below are a beast. I don't know.
Huh.
There's probably a lot of stories in that painting.
whenever this picture decides to come up. It could be a year from now. Huh? Why is it this small? Great. I want this picture. Excuse me.
I guess, Charles, it's like
I
when
got
they
the
do art.
hiccups. Come on.
Yeah. You want me to scare you?
No, go ahead.
It's like when they do art renditions of the Earth, or the supposedly it looks like a circle. It's to sedate the majority of the people. People aren't going to question whether or not they're real or not, let alone even if they do question it. I said, but how does it serve to know whether or not those pictures are true depictions or they're faulty? So that's just another picture. You know, they didn't have cameras back then to our awareness, but they had a different kind of view. They used their eyes and they put it on canvas. Could that be true, those paintings? Yeah, could be.
I'm
It's kind
here.
of like writing.
Just,
It's like writing. Go ahead.
I'm here. I was just closing out a few pictures. Let's see. Okay, that one's still there after I closed it out. Interesting. Okay. Of course, it's going to close this out. I know it. About 2 seconds of punching a hole in this fucking laptop.
Easy now. You don't want to spend money, extra money that you don't need to. Hey, look for something else that's less expensive to punch if need be, Charles.
Yeah. Spend that shit. I don't even have money to spend.
Yeah.
That would be a complete loss if I did that.
Mm-hmm.
I used to do stuff like that. Punch something, break it, and then afterwards I'd be like, fuck, what an idiot I am. And then I'm mad about that.
Mm-hmm. It's good to release energy. You know, it's just sometimes we play a clever game. Like, I'm not going to throw that hammer against that wall. I'll throw it over there. The next thing you know, you're making fun of yourself. Well, then I'm not really mad. No, I still want to be mad.
You know, there's another guy. Let's go to this picture. There's a guy named Martin Luther. Problem with it, you'll see in a second. The problem is if it ever decides to show up.
Spin, little wheel, spin, spin, little wheel, spin.
Yeah, sorry everyone, man. It's not my fault.
System, Charles. Probably streamlines, probably pretty full today.
There we go.
Download. Go ahead.
I was saying, there we go. It's a screenshot from Divergent. He was showing this guy, Martin Luther, it's his name, white guy. He was an astrologer who wanted to prove that the earth moves and goes. Wait, there's a talk of a new astrologer who wants to prove that the earth moves and goes around instead of the sky, the sun, the moon. Just as if somebody were moving in a carriage or ship
might hold that he was sitting still and the rest, I mean, sitting trees walked and moved. But that is how things are nowadays. When a man wishes to be clever, he must needs, they talked weird back then. When a man must be clever, he must needs invent something. Wouldn't it be must want to invent something special? And the way he goes, it must needs be the best. Reminds me of Martin Luther King. I wonder if that's where he got his name from. Martin Luther King was also in a fraternity like this, Martin Luther. Martin Luther. Oops. So what's up with her, buddy? I love this. I don't care. I got a couple pictures about this symbol.
I guess, Charles, one would have to inquire.
Other people say Dom.
Go ahead.
Oh, I have a delay, I guess. I was just saying, other people say Dom. They didn't say it, but the way they treat, I'm not going to say names, but I don't think Dominic. He says a lot of intelligent stuff that people should take into consideration in the place of life.
It could be, Charles.
Anyway,
I just question things. And I just do it out loud. You know, I'm trying to be very reserved when it comes to categorizing what I ponder. Most of us don't realize. And this is where I was going with it. What defines when one is clever? I think a person that thinks that they have answers are being clever with themselves. Especially when most of us have never really experienced everything in one lifespan, let alone pose all different kinds of ideals. So when I present something, there's a good chance they've never had that cross their mind in thoughts, because we don't realize how much we carve things in. Like, this is where we get caught up in the conditioning of right and wrong. Who's to perceive anything as right, let alone wrong? And what does that mean? That's the clever position. The person that's trying to apply discernment, wisdom, would not allow themselves to be stuck on one position. And I really don't enjoy debating people, especially on my views. I don't debate I expect nobody to debate me on my views, because I don't debate them on their views. But if they want to have that kind of conversation, they should do that alone. They should be able to argue with themselves. You know, why do I think this way? Let alone, why do I feel this way? It's different when you're a child. That's a different game. You have to somewhat entertain them a little bit, and hopefully you don't inflict that much indoctrination on them. But for most people, they reinforce it with each other by giving this. Well, I don't agree with you. Okay, well, that has nothing to do with the conversation. But if you feel as though saying that out loud does something for you.
That day when you said, is what you say or isn't debatable, I got what you meant by that. Like, it's how you see it, and no one's going to change your mind about it. That's why it's not debatable. And what's his name took it, I think, wrong. He didn't. I don't know.
Well, I know how most people take it. I know how I used to take it. I just know enough to realize either I keep quiet. If they think that they need to win an argument, ask me, I'll give it to you. But even that might be an insult. I will hear other people, Charles, on a regular basis. I follow the conversation with most people because I'm always listening from within. If I feel as though I need to respond, I usually do. But unfortunately, I can't respond when somebody says, well, this is my way. I'm like, okay, but are you willing to share it? Now, having conversations and maybe have a little heated debate, if the people value debate on ideals, is one thing. And I'm debating, let's say, the ideal. Is the earth flat? Well, first of all, I interpret the word earth as dry land. So if a person doesn't have that sort of view on that, then they're going to assume that what, it's round? It could be. That's kind of like having a conversation with AI that has all that input. You can't argue with it. You're better off just asking questions. So AI, how do you perceive things? It will share. No different with me. It's easier to ask for people to ask each other, how do you view things, opposed to saying, well, I don't agree with you. Well, you haven't even asked me how I feel about those things, let alone how I think of those things. I usually rarely share me. I just share ideals. So when people want to argue with me, I'm like, who are you arguing with? And that takes a little bit of a change in how people perceive things, but they should have to at least question how they perceive it now. You know, to me, it's a given when I'm having a one-on-one conversation with you and it's a private conversation, it's about me and you. But if it's being recorded and there's other people, I don't make it about you or anybody else. I just make it a very general conversation. There could be future people hearing this. But when somebody says, well, Dominic, that's how I live, I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm the one that's sharing. But if you feel that everything I talk about is about you, then you're just revealing you're self-absorbed. That's 101. Unfortunately, the schooling system doesn't teach that. The parents don't teach that. That's something you have to be taught from within.
A lot of people aren't about really, they're about teaching, but it's also about an ego, you know, like they want to be the center of attention, the top individual. I know it all, and what I say is right, what you say isn't. It's like that's what I'm trying to escape from. The system, it's all the same. Religion, it's putting in that pyramid scheme, the pedestal. It's all about climbing ranks. It's not about helping people or pulling people up. It's about pulling yourself up and tearing everyone down around you so you can stay up.
Mm-hmm. And that's probably why a lot of people, Charles, or the people that come to your channel are attracted to it, but they're not ever getting to those questionable moments. They'll reveal themselves. They're not ready yet. You know, because I do hear people, it's all about them, which is fine. You know, when you're by yourself or somebody's saying, okay, what's going on in your life? They've directed the question. But for most people, they don't realize they're walking around constantly making it about themselves. And then they talk about truth. Well, a self-absorbed person maybe could be honest with themselves, and that might be their variations of truth. But if they're talking about some outside of truth, no, they're not even close yet. They're not even scratching the surface on those kind of conversations. But they'll quickly defend it. I said, you just revealed it to yourself. You know, this is what I did in my day. This is what's going on in my life, both tragedies and advantageous. I said, okay, so we're in a group of people here. How do we have an ideal conversation? Or would you rather me to just keep quiet and let you talk all about you? And then when you get tired, I'll talk about you. That's a self-absorbed person. Nothing wrong with it, Charles, as long as the person that's doing it and the people that are participating says, no problem. Let's make it about Dom. Let's make it about Charles. Let's make it about the people that aren't even in the room. Talking about the elites, when they're not even in the room, what is it? It's drama. And for me, I jokingly say this, I have to go to the store to buy glue if I want to bond with it. But they'll say shit like, But I do want to know thyself. Do you? You're saying it in words, but do you truly want to get to know who you really are? And for some people, if they're honest with themselves, and I say this jokingly with tongue in cheek, they should read the Satanic Bible. It will give them an insight on what they've been doing for most of their life. Making it about me. It's always me. Fuck, my kids got sick. It affects me. My kids just went to school. It affects me. It's always about me. But yet we want other people to make it about us. Well, can't believe the elites aren't dropping everything they're doing and making it about me. No, they're too busy making it about them. That's why they use terms, we keep our enemies close. Because the only way you could have another ego beside you, you would have to acknowledge they're your enemy. But then you hear these fucking morons talking, well, who are the enemies? If you think it's outside you, you're fucking misled. But at the same time, your friend could be inside. Your adversary could be inside. Your challenger. These are all just words. I'm just giving words. It's the same idea of giving
My
words.
fault.
No, it's never your fault. It's
I got my hotspot just ended. So there's that. I used it up. It don't even send you no warnings. It'll just boot you right out. It don't even Peace Boy, Mindful Exposures, Gabriel. It used to send a warning. Now it just does it. But that's all right. I could still do. Thanks to buying the subscription here, I can show the pictures this way. Look at this one I found. That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's me. That's me yapping. I don't think people really understand when I say the word noise. When you question other people, that's fucking noise. When you question yourself, at least it's internal noise. So when I
Language is noise.
Sure it is.
You're right.
When I hear other people questioning other people, I say, who the fuck do you think you are? Get the fuck out of my face. Question yourself. It's better energy wasted on yourself. But if a person thinks, well, I know everything. Oh, okay. How does it serve you? What? Because the teachings will be what you pursue. So putting your hands on the stove and you think you can resist with getting burnt. Okay, so you taught me something new. What the fuck? Outside of that, I don't give a shit who the fuck you think you are. But that's me talking. And I don't always talk that way because I realize inside I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. And I hope other people for themselves, whatever they want to pursue. They want pleasantries, that's fine. You want to be harsh on yourself, that's fine. But once you step out of your own fucking lane and you start accusing somebody else, you're wasting energy now. Unless you want to talk about ideals. That's a different game now. Anyway, I went on again.
Go ahead, Dom, you're cooking.
If I heard myself talking, I'd probably say, what a moron.
Huh.
But I can say that. That's me. That's me driving my own bus. When somebody else says that, I say, what the fuck are you? Get the fuck out of my face. You don't got that fucking right on me. You tie me up, put a fucking gun beside my head. I said, you still don't have that fucking right.
What's up, Gabriel?
Hi, greetings, guys. How you doing?
Pretty good. Hey, Gabe.
All right.
Okay, glad to see you guys and hear you guys. What's the topic today?
I don't know.
Value of breathing. If you have one, Gabe, bring it out.
Yeah, I was showing this, Gabe. I wanted to quickly go over these symbols right here.
Yeah.
Because they're all over this realm.
And they've been misused.
Yep.
Yeah, people should study more about what they're trying to feed us. They're distorting all the knowledge So we think it's evil. You know what I mean? Wow, that's a nice graphics.
They're called GIFs. Now I don't know what that is, something file, but wherever you see the cross, I just noticed number 24, the double-headed bird. If you really look at it, it's making a cross.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the anahata. That's a symbol for the heart chakra, and they misused it for other religions.
What, this symbol?
Mm-hmm.
The so-called Star of David?
Yeah, they misused it.
Which
It's
is
the
the male
anahata
and
chakra.
female?
It's the heart chakra. The 3 above and 3 below come together in the middle.
Create life. That's the man and woman symbol put together, which is the Trinity.
Yeah, it's a
Or
symbol of the
creates the
anahata
Trinity.
chakra.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen
Yeah.
that in chakra pictures.
Yeah, it's the heart chakra, and they misused it for all kinds of bullshit.
I believe you.
So what happens when the two triangles don't actually merge, and that they're on top of each other? Is that the infinite sign of the 8? Because that's just revealing the lower triangle merging with the upper triangle in the middle, the mind meeting the vessel. Now, you could talk about the heart chakra, because everybody always talks about the fucking organs. You know, blood goes to the heart. That's what's of more value.
Right. The heart
So
is
now-
the valve, though. People say the heart is
Yeah, pump.
I forgot. Yeah, but it's a pump.
But we're talking about the midbrain here. This is where the mind communicates. That's why they have the Merkaba.
The gut. What about the gut?
Yeah, that's where the brain. That's where the midbrain is. That's where you get insight, intuitive, and all that kind of stuff. The heart's just. I rather lean towards. It's just a
The
gesture.
gut chakra is Svadhisthana chakra.
Mm-hmm. Again, these are all customs and traditions that had a piece of this. Again, these are symbols. You know, we're trying to communicate with each other with symbols. Whether or not you do a line with a slash over it, it can mean this. The fact that those are angles, that tells me you're talking with angels. And what's the role of an angel? Are they here to anchor this realm? Because when you see certain things in this realm, you see nature, more curvature, and then you see other things that men create, more angles. So 2 different things. And is one harmony? No. Is the other one harmony? Yes. Chi. Again, you could take any symbol and warp it whatever way you want, because you're using the senses. And the senses could easily be misled. Hence why when people say whether they're channeling or not, it's nonsense. It's beyond the senses. But hey, we want to take old scriptures. I don't care if it's Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity. Again, we should be able to question those things from within. Of course, there's the G sign for the confirming of angles. It's evil. Yeah, it's material. But people get caught up in their likes and dislikes. Well, I don't like that word. Oh, okay. Do you understand the sound and frequency? Do you know how the alchemy of language came to be? These are things that we should always be questioning from within, hence listening from within. From without, you're just going to see pictures. Who gave us all these different languages? And for what purpose? How does it serve? How quickly we take a position. Well, I read Sanskrit. Oh, okay, fucking Sanskrit's a healing language. Why do you think that was given to the human race? Are we the body? Are we beings? Are we here for a short period of time? Am I reading the Bible for the fucking purpose of my mortal form? It has nothing to do with the physical. The physical is a beautiful technology, but it's a suit.
The 4 L's. That's what this symbol is. The 4 L's is the swastika. I just noticed that. Luck, light, life, and love. Holy shit. The 4 L's.
How it spins. It's like playing with singing bowls. Clockwise or counterclockwise. Does different energy.
It's the universe, too. Let me get that symbol up.
Are we supposed to read information left to right, right to left? From a scroll, from a book, up and down to up?
I was just about to say that up and down for, I think it's the Chinese. Some of the Asians read up and down.
That's why when we have written work is a dumbed down version. If we had this technology way back then, they would never have used the written work. It's such a fucking slow, fucking demeaning fucking way of communicating with each other. But we still do. Same with spoken. Same with body language. We'd probably be better off to do Braille. Rather be off being blind and using your touches than you with your eyes. Because our eyes get so bombarded with TV, radio, and all that kind of stuff. Actually, not radio, my apologies, guys, but TV, and maybe when you watch the monitor, the radio is more for your ears. But even that, unconsciously, we're using our eyes when we're hearing something. Oh, look at the radio, it looks nice. The fuck has nothing to do with the information that you're receiving. But hey, that's different types of information. So are we really ready to prepare? Or do we realize how much we're so dumbed down and indoctrinated into this realm? And for what purpose? Did we lose some spiritual war? Yeah, there's Cuba, the stones, all angles, Saturn.
Wow.
Bottom right corner. It looks like the symbol that you were having for your avatar, Dom, a little bit. I think the writing's a little different.
Oh, the what you call it? The Om sign or whatever. That's the one that I have on my avatar sometimes. Yeah, Allah. Is Allah another demigod? Right up there with the jealous God, the I am God.
Yeah.
Or do we make them into gods? And they're just other beings. You do a little couple of magic tricks, from the unknown to the known. Oh, well, we're going to worship you. Because do we even know what they look like? Are they just images? I play with the idea that the sun and the moon are images. I can't tell you for sure if it's a material.
Yeah, it's hard to find the real deal these days. They try to put the fear of God into people so they obey and don't go away and stuff. They have to put the fear of punishment in people so they come to their churches and stuff. It's wild. And they rewrote the Bible and took so many books out and all kinds of shit. That's why I like the old Hindu Vedas and stuff that are over 100,000 years old and never been rewrote and distorted because they rhyme. Anyone would notice if their favorite song was changed. So that's why they couldn't distort the knowledge from that. Because it rhymes.
Well, let's be fair, Gabe. It's not just religion. We could say that about state, science.
Yep.
You're in a dome. You're in some big dome or whatever. Okay, so I'm supposed to completely ignore my senses, and I don't see nothing that's down here that's up there. So I'm assuming that we're in some sort of ball. Could be, but how would I be able to prove that? Would I not have to go high enough? and I don't want to hear whatever comes out of fucking NASA's mouth. So how would I know? Well
Yep.
done. I'm going to show you a whole bunch of pictures. I thought that's how we were being misled before with pictures. You're going to show me pictures with pictures to prove that what? It's factual? Fuck, I can report yesterday's weather. That doesn't make it truth. It's just fact. It's yesterday's fucking news. The fact that I see a whole bunch of people going around whatever that is, we'll call it a cube or whatever, it's Saturn, just tells me you got a whole bunch of people fucking convinced. They're not telling any of those Muslims. So why are you going 5 times a day going towards Mecca? Why not Petra? What do you mean, Dom? I said, well, because that was the hub.
Oh, I never say any of this is fact. I always tell people. I'm just synchronizing the symbols. That's for people to decide if it's fact or not.
Yeah. Well,
everything we see could be a lie for all we know.
Well, it could be misled. Some of us will theorize, other people will do factual, and the people that are ruling are going with agendas. So there's a big difference. They don't give a shit about facts and theories. And if they theorize, they're going to pay somebody, some scientist. Okay, figure this out. We're going to give you a whole bunch of money because that's what you sheeps do. You work for fucking money because they don't. And then tell us what we can do with it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they try to make out the right knowledge to be evil and everything. Yeah. And the whole universe is described in the old Vedas that are 100K plus years old.
I guess, Gabe, the question would be, what is evil to one person? We live in an evil world. We live in a material world. Evil has nothing to do with bad or good. Be in the vessel, be in the world, but not of it. Everything that we see around us is what somebody would call evil, material, but then we describe it with the spiritual.
Yeah, I'm open-minded as well.
We all are. Well, we're in the mind, but yes, and that's why the mind can work with us. It's the ones that usually try to be narrow or closed-minded. They're denying themselves. Even I know I'm closed-minded. I'm not learning all the language that's within the mind. All languages are stored. This is why I go with the ideal. You got the soul, data. That's data. That's why people do soul contracts. Whatever you obtain with whoever you are, the essence of what you are, that data stays here. It doesn't go somewhere else.
Yep.
You want to sing? No problem. But that stays here. It's called an anchoring process. Even the vessels that we have, they're not ours. We jump into these things. I call it an entry point. As soon as that vessel comes out of the fucking womb, I jump in it. Am I to assume that I was actually inside the womb? Then we have to talk about horoscopes. And I have to talk about where do I go when I go to sleep? When I'm talking to you, Gabe or Charles, who's running my liquid?
Horoscopes. That means the sun is in the backdrop of that star constellation when it happens. And that's calculated in the old Vedic and Quranic scriptures. That's why I'm open-minded to the flat earth theory, but only when somebody can show me how to calculate the eclipse from my position with the flat earth model, then I'll be listening.
It's the word that they're using.
Because the math was there thousands of years ago already. How to do it, from every position on earth. Because if an eclipse happens in USA, it doesn't mean that it happens all over the world on the same day. It varies years from where you are on the planet, and you can calculate when the next eclipse is from your position on the planet. And as soon as somebody shows me how to calculate it on a flat model,
I
then
think there's
I'll
like
be more open
two
to
other bodies that are doing the eclipse. It's not just the sun and moon. And I'm going to prove that in April. When the sun's being eclipsed, I'm going to scan to the moon, either left or right. Because I've seen that in videos.
Yeah, I seen one video, but I never seen a other perspective because somebody else would have filmed that too. I only seen that one video of that, and that could be edited out.
Rahu and Ketu, I think, exist because that even the ancient Asian people talk about that, and their version of
the stars and stuff is more reliable than the Western.
Yeah.
If I can share, guys, wordage is very important. I know people say things like, humans are black and white. I said, whoever's understanding energy will realize you're not even close. So the earth just means dry land, and it's a sphere. When you say it's a globe, then you would have to say, have you
Yeah.
ever
I
seen
think
like a
it's a
ball?
sphere. Yeah. Not a
Yes.
not a globe or a ball. I always say sphere too because of the torus field.
Yes.
Yeah, the cosmic egg. We're inside like a gyroscope. We're inside of the cosmic egg.
And that's based on your senses, and that information will be revealed to you. But when somebody says flat earth, I'm like, the earth just means dry land. Now, if you're talking about how it looks like, well, then you have to, there's mountains, there's foothills.
Yeah.
It's kind of like asking, you have to make sure you ask direct fucking questions inwards. When we say that shit, that's sloppy fucking language. It's like when telling somebody else you're black. No, you're not. You're fucking dark skinned. And in a different situation, if you're with an albino, guess who's dark skinned? I could be dark skinned. If I'm with a Nigerian, then I'm light skinned. Now people say, but those are just words. I said, you don't understand how energy works then. And the elites understand this shit.
That's because they were taught. People like me and others, we gotta start from ground zero and use senses and common sense and be able to see through the bullshit.
You can, Charles, but you're a one-man band. There, they actually use fiat. They use fiat currency, and they get a lot of people, astrologists, people that understand theosophy, they understand esoteric. They pay people for that information. Now, if you could actually convince a whole bunch of people to work for you, whether under slavery, which never works, this fiat currency game, again, you can get a whole bunch of people say, okay, so what are the signs in the sky? Well, this is conducive now to actually do certain kinds of energy work.
Facts. That's big facts.
Jay Hyten said, if a person talks about themselves all of a sudden, that is selfish and self-absorbed. And then when they talk about others, is gossip. There is no winning. I talk about my experiences.
So
I like it. I like it.
But a person that's self-absorbed wouldn't catch that. They'd be too busy defending themselves. No, it's about me.
Just theorizing and conversating together and sharing knowledge without no ego behind it or any agenda behind it.
At that point, Gabe, we just looked for fellow tribe beings. The rest of them, let them play their own game. That's fine. It's the world doesn't fit. It's not meant for everybody to be on the same page. If I was a trillionaire and I was trying to explain to most people, they're not going to grasp it. They're probably thinking, I wonder what I could do with the money. They're not going to understand all the parts to it. So for me, I'm a seeker of information. And I don't mind sharing it outwards because I'm the student hearing myself yapping. But for most people, they think, I went to university. Yeah, what fucking hobby did you get?
Candy. Piece of candy, sorry. I'm late on the chat. Sorry, everyone. Who else came in? Candy, Joe King, Jay Hyten. Peace to everyone. And Voy. Voy. AKA, I forgot that dude's name. Damn it. Damn, who was that guy in the book covers? I always forget his name. He was that model, man. I'll think of his name. That's what I call Voy now.
Yeah, Voy is cool.
Damn. He used to model for books. He had blonde hair, and he was from Europe. I forgot his name, man. He did a lot of book covers.
Have you ever Steal This Book? Have you ever read Steal This Book?
I've heard of it.
That's a good.
Not show me this book because I might steal it. And someone says, why'd you steal my book? It told me to.
It's been stolen from me twice.
You bought the book and someone did what the title said.
Yeah. It's fucked up.
Fabio. Couldn't think I had to look it up.
Oh.
That's Foy, aka Fabio. Damn, trying to find one of the old books, the covers to his book. What the hell? Why would a guy want to work out until his breastplates look like titties? What the fuck?
Uh-huh.
They're so diesel they can't even move. You just take a Louisville to their kneecap and they're in the timber.
That's funny.
I hope the video I shared came out good. You know, I show a lot of the Divergent's videos, but his work is good where it deserves to be spread around, and other people should see it. He does a very good job at putting together videos and speaking in a way where the sleep will wake up if they can absorb the truth without countering it with their defense mode. I've noticed that a lot. You could speak facts all you want, but people's defense mode will go up. And I don't know why. I haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah, they mess
like
it up
they
with
get
their own
angry.
minds. They mess it
They
up
get
with their
so
own
angry.
thoughts and minds.
Yeah. They get so angry and they're like, "No!" My friends do it to me.
Yeah.
And I won't stop. It's inevitable. I'm gonna do this till I say sometimes I had enough of this shit, but in reality, I'm a warrior and it'll never stop. Even when I'm dead and gone, my soul will still be walking around.
Wow.
No, it won't. I don't want to come back
That's
here.
deep. Yeah.
Maybe I do and maybe I don't.
I want to break out of this place and not come back. I have to get rid of all the attachments so you break out of this place and go to the next level. Always going back to kindergarten is fucking exhausting.
Like they show this picture of Saturn, the North Pole of Saturn. Now, we all know that's bullshit. That's CGI, that 2007 picture. 2000, it don't matter. 8, 9, 10, 11, it's all bullshit. Saturn don't have a North Pole, number one. And, yeah. Now, what's with this black cube? It's everywhere.
Yeah, the object.
Yeah.
Like on the Led Zeppelin album, the object. On Presence.
Oh, I erased that picture. Fuck.
You know Presence, the Led Zeppelin album, they have a black sort of object in there too. It's called the object. Like a cube or something. Wow.
What the heck? What is going on over here? These paintings are from the 1700s. Now, as you can see, look at the people in the back on the rock. Pull them up into view and put it next to the guy in the boat with the trident. I guarantee you those are giants and the other ones are little people. I'm telling you. Because
The guy
people
with the
can't say
trident,
that's a
he's gonna.
baby. Because look at the baby. The fucking
Yeah.
baby is almost as big as little adults back there. These
And he has
people
a
love to be
trident, and he's about to shove that Trishul up in so far up that
naked.
backside of there.
How'd you say that?
Trishul is what Shiva has. It's a trident. Trishul, Trishul. It's the name of the
Trishul?
trident from Shiva.
Trishul? I
Yeah,
can't roll my
Trishul.
tongue.
Yeah, Shiva's weapon of choice.
I guess, Charles, would it look different if they were wearing Nike's running shoes and Adidas tracksuits? Would that make it different? There's usually a meaning behind them wearing no clothes.
Yeah, and that one lady on the rock, she's trying to fly away with a paraglider. Can you see that?
Hmm. I
Trying to
was
take off and leave.
I was being distracted with the ski-doo in the background. Yeah. Maybe part of us coming back over and over again, maybe we're supposed to be of service, opposed to,
Yeah.
I'm going to make it all about me. I want to leave this place. Oh, poor you. Your feelings got hurt. Why'd you come here in the first place? Well, I came here to help,
Yeah. I actually have a limited connection to my past life, but it's only like a limited little memories, that flash out here and there. It's wild. I wish I could, unravel more of it, but it would probably get me more entangled in life than I already am.
It could be, or people read their soul, their data, and every lifespan is a constant. Yeah, it's always been about you. Yeah, it's still about you. Yeah, it's still about you. Oh, you want to be a king? Oh, that's even a more fucking arrogant position to be in. More about you. More
Could
about
have
you.
been.
But I was married. Yeah, it was still about you. I was a baby. I was a selfish little fucking twat. Yeah, it's still about you. How many people would actually want to hear that?
No, I don't think so. I
It
think
could
a
be.
lot of people honor their ancestors and try to make things right. It's
Could
not
be.
always about someone's self or something. There are good people out there, believe me.
Oh, I'm not denouncing that, but I'm kind of like throwing most of us under the bus here as a pure giggles and kicks. It's, sure, it's nice to look for the occasional unicorn and projecting, and that's who we are. But more times than not, are most of us participating in creating Wi-Fi, radio, cars, planting trees, stewarding the land. Most people you hear shit like comes out of their mouth. I want to own things. Really? Well, you don't even know
Bummer.
you don't even know how to steward your own body. I'm talking from
Mega bummer.
Yeah.
Look at this rock in these paintings, Raj. You got this
and
rock.
That girl is still trying to fucking fly away with her paraglider. Or whatever.
Yeah.
Well done, Gabe.
And look,
she couldn't take
then
off.
you got this rock in the background. Same thing almost. And then in this painting, you got this rock. What are they, entrances to some underworld or something?
Finally, she flew into the clouds up there.
Oh, yeah. And her hand lights up like a fucking LED light bulb. Look at these babies. They're on a cycle of roids.
They're juicing them, Charles.
Yeah, they are. They're fucking diesel, bro.
Maybe they're the cherubims. Maybe they're trying to depictuate some of these people that are naked. Maybe they're trying to depictuate that those are people that we can't see.
Yeah.
And the ones that are clothed are the ones that are seen. Could be. I'm playing with that idea.
Hermes is there with the red winged shoes, and he's got
Those are sweet. Those are sweet.
Yeah, the whole band is there. Where's the drummer?
you got Pan,
Yeah.
The drummer from
Hermes, or
Kiss.
Mercury.
There's Jimmy Page on the right, far right side.
No, that's Peter Pan.
Oh,
Yeah. There's someone with a trident in there. Is that Poseidon? He came out of the water. They put a pink towel around him.
yeah.
He's in the center. You see his trident and his gray beard.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of these stories that have been written, whether they're from the Hindus or the Christians and all that, a lot of them always talk about this. It seems like there's a lot of manipulation going on. You know, some of them look blue, some of them have horns, some of them have tails.
Yeah.
You know, the gods in the
Genetic
Bible.
manipulation.
Yeah, they manipulated the waters. I get the impression in Genesis that, to me, I perceive it as all manipulation. It's not a bad thing. It's just manipulation. We manipulate foods. We manipulate thoughts. I can't see why that would be any different. Unless I'm self-absorbed, and it always has to be around what I validate as right or wrong. Well, then that's a different story. Then I should be living by myself in the forest, bitching and complaining to the deers.
The day you see the animals arguing over who was first, we know we have a problem.
Oh, we wouldn't. We'd be too busy making too much noise. We'd be ignoring them. We'll only acknowledge them once we can manipulate them to become pets. Then we'll consider them ever so lightly.
Let's see.
Yeah, you know, water is in a continuous cycle, you know, evaporating on Earth and then raining back down, evaporating, raining back down. People drink it in their bodies and everything. And they just found out and stuff that water has memories. Sometimes I think
Yeah.
maybe the memories
know
from a
that?
past life, maybe the memories from a past life is from the water that I drank, and it's been into other people in the past, and you know, recycled 1,000 times. Maybe the memories are in the water that I drink, and not it wasn't exactly my soul from the past life, but the water passes on memory. Maybe sometimes I think like that. I don't know.
It could be. It could be. Well, think about gold, blood, urine. You know, a buddy of mine just recently, when we talk about air, he goes, "You're talking about skinny water, right?" I said, "Okay, we'll call it skinny water now. Air."
Yeah.
You know, it could be what we might perceive as memory / data. You know,
Yeah.
like, you know, I get the
I'm
whole
not
idea.
sure if the data is coming from my past life from my soul, or maybe the water that I drank was sometime in somebody else and evaporated and rained down again, you know. And I drank it in this life, so maybe the memories come from the water or whatever.
Well, we have to consider those people that have blood transfusions or whatever. They have memories. Some people might have the ability. Might have the ability to understand or read blood. You know, I get the guy that talks about, oh, they write on this jug and water will store it. I said, but what happens if you can do that to blood or gold? Conduit of gold. Most of our electronics is gold. Wow, the components anyway. So again, now we're talking Gabe and Charles. We're leaning towards the concept of a matrix. And we're just NPCs that chose or something chose to come into the game. Hey, let's go play inside the video game, and then forget that we were inside the video game. And the people that have the most coinage, they can remember a little bit more.
Yeah, it's so sad. It's so obvious, though, if you think about it.
But then at the same time, let's say me, you, and Charles Gabe are aware of this. Then let's say we choose to get rebooted into a form that's we inherit trillions of dollars. It would be business as usual for us. We wouldn't really know how the poor people live, and would we be even concerned? And especially if we say, "Oh, you know something, I've just become aware, and I think it's incorrect to treat the poor people." There would be people in our own class that would probably keep us. They would gatekeep us. So no, you're not supposed to. This goes back to the Hindus with their different classes. It's the people in their own groups that keep them in
Yeah, they
check.
misused that too. That it wasn't like that in the past. They made this caste system into something bad. And it used to be you can transition on knowledge that you have. Now you're not even allowed to go up in India, you know, the caste system, and
Mhm.
work your way up. It used to be fluent, you know, depending on the knowledge state and the spiritual state that you are in.
No, that's where people get selfish and they realize you have to know your own position. When people complain about the elites, what happened if they find out that they're following a ruler that rules this realm and they're being very obedient and the rest of us are disobedient?
Yeah.
They would
They
have a tough
believe in
time with that.
religions that have to put the fear of God into them. So they stay in that religion or something, you know? That's why it's hard to find a real guru or whatever. Because, you know, if somebody says, yeah, I don't care if you leave, as long as that you take the knowledge and use it for something good or something. What spiritual leader, you know, acts like that and says, I'm glad that you leave and use the knowledge that I brought you and stuff and not wasted your time, my time and your life, you know, studying it. You know what I mean? But the church has to put fear in people for them to come back.
Mm, I guess we could lean towards that, Gabe, but there has to be a lot of things happening way before then. You know, church, I don't care if it's church or state, those are humans. But then even before then, where were the parents in the community before all of that? They were too busy indoctrinating their kids already.
Yeah.
So we can blame other people, and that's fine. But once you get to a certain age, you have to realize, am I going to revolt? Am I going to question these traditions? A lot of people don't question them. And what happens is either they die or they follow them aimlessly. You know, how many people say, "Oh, we're going to celebrate like today. It's the 24th. I'm going to put you on this old man with a red beard on his lap." Fuck that. You're creepy. I can't believe you forced me to do that. But most kids don't know that. And then later on, you tell them the story. I was just joking, son. But remember, you do the same thing to your kids. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
And by the way, what's the thing wrong
Scary.
with? Well, it's scary because the indoctrination is done from within, and and when I say from within, at that point, that's actually from within the family first. And there's a good chance who we truly are observing all that stuff, and it's like, oh, okay, well, if dad's smoking, then it must be okay, or dad's a drinker, and people are rewarding him. So I'm going to do everything to avoid becoming a drinker, but I'll do weed. There's a lot of shit that we do, and most people never question themselves. Forget about questioning others. That's a waste of energy, unless they're your parents. You might be able to ask them, Dad, so why do you go to work all the time for? And I don't want to hear you making the same excuse. You need the money. That's a sad excuse. Maybe what you can buy with it, that's a different story. So why do you need food again? If you fast long enough, do you realize do you even need food, or is that for the vessel? People never get to that awareness. Am I the body? Even if a
Fact.
person says, I am the body, well, who's speaking then? And where do you go when you go to
There's no
sleep?
way I can be the body. There's no way because I gathered the body through eating and nourishment. It gathered together. What I gather can never be me. So fuck that. You know?
Yeah. So we can deduct what we're not. Doesn't mean by default we know the answer. So then if I
Yeah.
say, okay, I'm talking to Gabe, so something's running my body, the liquids. So I know
Yeah.
that's not me. That could be a very high-tech suit
I
that
don't
I'm
know
in.
yet what I am. I'm still searching.
hmm But a lot of people will give but that's who I am. I'm like, okay, so let's go in that direction now. What is the mind? What are thoughts? What are emotions? Are they developed? You
Also
know,
gathered.
well done, Gabe. But for a lot of beings, they're not even aware of that. And most people work for money. They don't even understand how that really works.
Yeah, the so-called religions are implying though that people can only be decent if they have fear of God punishing them if they mess up. Like, people can't be decent without punishment. Just, you know, implying that people are too stupid to be decent without somebody punishing them, you know, without the threat of punishment. That's like an insult to our intelligence, though, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And then we find out that these people are using God's name in vain, and they're just another men. The same guys that tells you that Santa Claus is real. It's the same idea. Okay, well, if God came to you last night to build this fucking church or mosque, how about you do that yourself, you moron? I'm not interested in doing that. And when God visits me, I'll give you a different story. But outside of that, it probably has nothing to do with God. It's man-made structures. Now, there could be entities playing behind all of this, but we still have to take accountability for our own decisions, our own actions, whether we do it aware or unaware.
Mhm.
You know, because if that's the case, then people are going to bitch and complain. Well, Hitler didn't kill anybody. He ordered a bunch of people to order a whole bunch of other people, and they did the killing. Now, lucky they're in the acting realm. But you still have to take accountability. Did you not take another life? And I don't want to hear you fucking talking about I did it for my fucking country. Are you willing to take accountability? Outside of
That's
that, it's
too much.
noise. It's excuses. Well, my friend got no. I don't want to hear that. Are
Too
you
much.
ready to take accountability? This me happened, by the way, guys. Well, I was doing it for my kids. Well, I'm pretty sure the other guy on the other side has a gun that he didn't even make. I'm pretty sure he's saying the same story. And then they wonder, oh, I wonder why they're doing depopulation, because most people are fucking asleep. Useless mouth breathers at that point. But they get offended by the words because there's some validity to that statement. And then people will bitch and complain, well, they force us to wear a mask. You have many personas already on, and the demons are already playing with those things. And last time I remember, you go to a mall, or not a mall, but you go to a job. Do you not wear a tie? Why the fuck do you wear a tie? Well, and then of course she said, well, because I have to. No, because you choose to fucking wear a tie, you fucking moron. And don't give me this fucking non-vaxxers and anti-vaxxers. They're both morons. Most people did what they do because it's about commerce. That's the number one dogma. It's not religion. It's not state. It's not biology.
I couldn't believe how stupid people are. They
We
have
all are.
fucking
Gabe, we all
degrees
are.
as doctors and everything. I never thought the fucking humanity is that fucking stupid. Like, how am I, you know, a
Yeah,
street
don't mention
person?
the V word.
No,
I don't care if we talk
never.
about it, but
Yeah,
2019. It's 2019. That's what we
I
say.
won't. You know, I couldn't believe how stupid
this
they
is
are,
why
you
I
know.
won't
How
get
am
I won't get monetized for that reason.
No,
Any little word
2019.
that you say you don't like, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even that we're being controlled. But for me, Charles, you're okay. I usually just say 2019.
Well, go ahead. My bad, Gabriel.
how would I have to point that out to people, you know? It's fucking sad.
Mm-hmm. But we have a lot of programs running, Gabe, as we're speaking now. That's a program within itself. So to point out other people, again, it's a wasted energy. You know, we're like a frog in the water, unaware. You know, what does Wi-Fi do to the vessel? What does radio frequency do to the vessel? You know, puts the body in disease mode. So for them, whoever them are, they wanted just to find out how many are asleep. They already know majority of people are asleep. How many are asleep? And they got about fucking 90% easily. Even the ones that said, well, I don't want to wear whatever. I said, you're going in somebody else's store, you fucking disrespectful fucking moron. You don't want to go in that store because you don't want to wear a mask? Stay the fuck outside, you piece of shit. And I don't give a shit to say, well, oh, I'm not. No, most of us don't even realize most of us are taking foods that they create. Who knows what's in that food? It's a clever person thinking that, well, I'm different than everybody else. No, you're fucking asleep like the rest of us. You're just not willing to admit it. That's why we're here in these fucking suits. Why the suit gives it away. You fucked up somewhere. You keep doing it over and over again, just bitching and complaining. But it's like telling a little fucking child crying, well, Mom, I don't agree with the indoctrination in school. Okay, but you're still going. They cry, you're still going to school. They bitch, tell me when you're done because you're still fucking going to school. Now, later on in
Bummer.
life, once you become a certain adult, whatever, and you don't want to do the formal schooling, you want to educate yourself, but you still got to live with the fucking crazies here. And if you don't want to be interdependent with humanity and civilization, then take your chance with being fucking interdependent with nature. But anybody that says to me they're independent, they're fucking morons at best. But dare not ever have that conversation with oneself and realize, fucking rip a new hole in yourself. Then and only then you can start having conversations where you think, oh, you know something, Dom, I'm full of shit. Well done. You figured something out about yourself. What type of shit are you? Fertilizing shit? The kind of shit that flies have to reproduce in? You know, now I'll play games with myself, Gabe. I'm just talking like a total fucking moron right now. But the thing is, most people go around talking like as though they fucking are gurus. Get the fuck out of here, guru. Or you're going to be one of those Hindus, you're going to be sitting there, and you're going to be in stillness and silence, which is probably a great accomplishment. But how many of us are actually really going to do that?
Yeah.
We want to obtain things. We want our comforts. That's what suffering really is
Nah,
about.
I don't. I'm trying to break out of this cycle.
No. And what happens if we find out that's the way you have to break out of it? You got to go
get
that
rid
route.
of all the attachments.
And most of our attachments are comforts and pleasures. And that is suffering. Why most people aren't going to think about, oh, I'm going to cut my finger off. I'm going to really try to test what pain really is. Get out of here.
That's crazy.
You know, it's your attachments. You know, we lose a loved one. We're going to find out 101 attachments. And for most people, if they're honest with themselves, it's all about them. Oh, that's how I feel about my parents no longer being here. And then eventually we're going to probably think about them. Yeah, but they were going through a lot of pain. But only after I made it all about me first. Dom, I don't agree with you. You made it about you, did you? Best you can ever do is respect me by at least hearing me. I don't give a shit if fucking people agree or disagree with me. That's their ego talking. And to me, the ego is just a program. And I'm using it right now. Well, Dom, you're being clever. Fucking in my world, that's a given. Somebody pointing that shit out to me. I said, no. Look, you see that bus over there? That's my bus. I'm going to drive over me. I'm going to be hovering over it, and I'll drive over myself again. I said, you see over there? That's your fucking bus. You drive over yourself. Driving over me is a waste of energy.
Yeah, who's in the bus though? Who's gonna drive? Who's gonna park it on top of you?
Who knows at that point, Gabe? I'm making shit up as I go along, but hey, I get it for myself. You know.
Maybe. Who knows?
You know. But even if we do know, my question is, if I do know, can I apply wisdom to it? Can I have discernment? I don't give a shit if God and Jesus ever
existed. If it's really just ramblings, random stuff that you're saying as you go along, then I don't know.
But when I share with other people, that's all I'm doing. But for
rambling?
Me, it's not always rambling. I'm being clever to a certain point because I realize it's each individual person.
To a certain point, that's a good one.
Yeah, to a certain point, you know. But there's many points there. You know, like for me, I can't explain to you why you're here. You know, I don't know how. You know, I would have to ask you a whole bunch of questions about your own personal life. But then I'm thinking, then I'm going to leave my own kingdom to figure out what Gabe is doing. No, we're sharing with each other, and we're probably playing with ideals, possibilities, theories.
Yeah, I already said I have no agenda behind this. I'm just trying to conversate and theorize with you guys. And Charles has an open panel sometimes, and he read from the Puranas and from the Vedas on this channel for hours. I've been listening to him sometimes when he reads books.
But you might have a short, maybe a small agenda. When you say something, you might just said it out of just whatever. I want out of here. That could be an agenda. You know, but I'm not going to hold you to it. It's not my role to hold you to anything.
Yeah, that's my agenda to get out of the cycle of rebirth and samsara and everything. Yeah. But I mean, here on this panel, I have no agenda. I'm just sharing.
But if Charles says something or I said something out of, who knows, channeling of some sort, and it resonates with you, you might have got something out of it. Hence,
probably, yeah.
And then you could.
That's my point. But I have no bad agenda behind anything I say here.
No, most agendas for most people is for more material.
Most people have a backside agenda and stuff, you know. That's why they have all this bad karma stored up.
Yeah, karma's action. Yeah, and most, like I said, most agendas are for material gains. You know, how can I convince that person so they can work for me? I said, well, chain and ball might work for a bit. Maybe a mask over their face, you know, maybe that might work if that. And then, but you know, I'll come to you in a couple of months and say, how's that working for you? Yeah, he's fighting me still. I said, well, maybe because he doesn't want to be under slavery, maybe. But that's for them to figure out. But dragging somebody else in it, now you're causing karma. Maybe that's why Jesus, or the story of Jesus, when they say words like he was a witness, you know, he wasn't the truth, but he was the witness. What was he witnessing? Was he observing from within? Or Buddha talking about attachments?
Damn it. Got booted out again.
Those are gifts for you today, Charles, I guess.
Yeah.
Hey, Gabe, there's nobody with a kite in that one.
Yeah, not yet. We'll put one in.
They're wearing those masks I talked about yesterday.
Oh yeah, she probably already flew away with her thing. That's why she's not in the picture, because she actually took off.
She's achieved some sort of enlightenment, I guess.
She was
Paraglider.
Those could be secret clubs, Charles, and they have to wear masks so they don't know who each other are, and they're just passing information to each other. Maybe. I'm guessing when I say that.
It reminds me of the one and only Thoth, or my other buddy here, the Plague Doctor.
The
Plague Doctor. What the hell? They did this back in Egyptian times too. Look, you got the Plague Doctor, you got Thoth.
Yeah.
They've been doing rituals with these stupid masks. Now, these people look tall to me. Look at the guy on the left with the dog or goat or whatever the hell that is. He's definitely way shorter. That's an adult too. But anyway.
Sorry, Charles and Gabe. I'm taking off soon. Actually, my hang glider just came in through Amazon Prime, so I could take off now.
Cool.
Seriously, I got to take off. Enjoy yourself, Gabe. I really enjoyed hearing from you, buddy, and sorry for my over yapping and the way I yapped. So
It's all good. It's been a cool conversation.
look forward to having more with you, Charles. Have a beautiful day, buddy.
Me too. Take care.
All right, Dom. Let's see what mindful peace crystals, mindful exposures. My agenda and toxic trait is believing there is possibility of a more harmonious world. Saturn worship, Marcel, is repetition. They teach a lot of that. Even though repetition isn't bad, repetition's like a ritual too. It doesn't have to be something bad, but my grandfather did a lot of repetition. I don't know if it's from him being in the Navy. He would get up and make his bed. You could drop a fucking dime off that bed. You could drop a dime on it and it'll do a quadruple upper flip. I mean, my grandfather, he would have his socks and his sneakers all ready every single night.
Yeah.
It's like
Cool.
repetition. But is repetition evil, or does repetition create you mastering whatever you're doing? Or is it being insane?
Depending on what you're mastering.
True. What you been up to lately, Gabe? Nothing?
Not much. I've been at my girl's house for a while now, and yeah, we're gonna go Tuesday or so. I'm gonna drive down south to some lake in South Germany and stay there in the hotel for a couple of days with my girl
Nice.
over New Year's. You know, probably
Yeah.
making a couple videos again while I'm there,
I
posting
gotta
them.
find me a woman, that can cook.
They can cook. Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a major.
Yeah,
Not that I can't. I can cook if I want to, but a woman that can cook is a plus.
yeah.
All the women I chose, only one out of all the women I've chosen in my life, which ain't a lot, was able to cook.
Yeah. She's an amazing cook. I even post sometimes stuff that we've been cooking.
I can't wait for these stupid holidays to hurry up.
What are you doing New Year's?
I don't know. I'll probably get drunk. No, I'm not going to do that. I thought about it, but I haven't drank in about 14 years.
The next day is always the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
If you don't take care of it right.
That's a hard. When my cat died the other day, I wanted to drink. But I said, nah. It's not going to be a good road to go down.
Yeah. That could lead to destruction, self-destruction.
Yeah, relationships are always good in the beginning, mindful exposures. And then once the two get comfortable, the true colors come out.
Yeah.
Peace, Dean. I don't know what I'm going to do for New Year's. I'll probably be on the live stream. I know tomorrow I ain't doing shit. No dinner. Not going nowhere. No family. They're all dead. Friends are all gone. They'll be with their family. And broke. So I'll be here doing absolutely nothing. It's pretty miserable. Lonely and miserable.
Bummer, bro. Mega bummer. That sucks.
Yeah, for New Year's I'll probably be on here. Last year I fell asleep by the time the ball dropped.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's happened to me too. Yeah, I know that. The same thing happened to me once too, or twice. Yeah, I'm about to leave too, okay?
All right,
Charles,
Gabe. Peace.
thanks for having me on your show. Take care.
Anytime.
Have a,
Peace.
okay. Have a nice day. Bye.
That was 2 hours already? Jesus. Dominic getting on my pictures I show. People show pictures. Damn right. This is a nice painting right here. I like looking at these paintings from the 1700s. Peace, mindful exposure. Wish I could zoom in on this picture. This is an airy picture. This was supposed to have taken place during the plagues.
I said, well, let's see what Chick-fil-A has. Over 50 chemicals in the chicken sandwich. Over 40 of them were man-made chemicals. I said, so hell, this is a dope sandwich. So they really are flipping birds over there. Because there's no way in the world to justify. So whenever I seen that, I said it in a message, and someone took the clip of it and then went on the website of Chick-fil-A, had it broke down where they were clicking on it, showing all of the ingredients and these chemicals that were in it. Do you know the next day Chick-fil-A took that down off their website? So now you can't find the ingredients to the Chick-fil-A sandwich or the Popeyes chicken sandwich because they don't want you to know that they're drugging you. They're doping you.
They're doping you, drugging you, bending you over and fucking you. Fucking Jew nuggets. What's up, Dean? You're up early.
Oh, just woke up. So once I wake up, I can't go back. Can't go back to sleep. Never have
I'm
been
the
able
same
to.
way.
Yeah, I feel for you, Chuck. I understand. Fucking lonely. It's a lonely place. Some of these cities. I got
Yeah.
friends here in this country who live in cities, and they say they feel more alone. They got fucking more people around them. I can't feel. I can't. It just doesn't fucking add up to me.
Yeah. Well, if I get any donations, I'll have a dinner. Because Chuck's broke. All my money went. The donations I got and all my money that I had in my pocket went to my cat.
I know.
Getting cremated.
I know, but it's that cause that I mean, I know it's a hard thing to overcome, and I mean, I'm gonna have to go through the same thing when our little animal furry friends want to pass. When their time comes, not they want to pass, but when their time comes, and we get lonely, and we're scripted to be alone. Rather than, we script ourselves to be alone, because who the hell wants to be in this fucking crap, right? And
people don't understand the pain until they go through it.
Yeah. And I mean, you look at all the older people today. Just about all of them in out in the town that we live in. It's not even a city.
Here in America, they're treated like shit. All the elders are put in homes. The family just dumps them in a home. People that gave them life. Our elders should be taken care of.
They should be. Yeah. We've got a totally different attitude than we did have 80 to 100 years ago, right?
Right. That was their plan. To change our attitude. Because if you change our attitude, we're going to project negativity. And when we do that, it's reflected back, and it just comes back on us tenfold.
I know. I try to cut myself. I listened to Paula's live last night, and it just rang bells in my head. How much we deprive ourselves because we think things, especially a person like yourself, who I feel is an empath, and you genuinely give out because you're a genuine heart. And when you do that, there are fucking people out there, they're just waiting to pick up on it and our energy and whatever we can offer, and use us and take us for every advantage they can. And then they drop us like a hot potato when the fucking time comes that they don't need us anymore.
Yeah. There's people that I know people talk shit behind my back. Not anyone that's here, but and then they don't come by here no more. Which is fine.
I know.
They don't, they won't say it to me, but they got a lot to say on their own videos.
Yeah. I mean, there's some crazy shit going on when you got a guy, what's that fella, Sancho Bonacci?
Yeah, he's a nut.
He fucking lost the plot, right? I mean, I liked the guy for a while, and some of his stuff is true and real.
Yeah. He lost his rocker, man.
But he lost his rocker, and when you're saying some of the things that he was saying, no wonder it gets taken down. And you got the likes of Sanity Machine, who thinks he's right, and everybody should be listening to him.
Huh.
And the Family Machine, he calls himself, but he's in his 80s, that guy. I understand, and I understand the frustration. Santos Bonacci's is an older person as well, you know. I understand how frustrating it gets. I get frustrated at times, and I say stupid shit, and I do stupid shit still. At my age, it's probably boyish stuff, really. You know, it's rebellion. It's definitely rebellion, right? And we want to rebel because fuck, we've had a lifetime of the fun, the suppression, the manipulating you until you're molded into their slot, the slot they want you in. That's what they're trying to do all the time. It comes in your feed on your YouTube, on your internet, and you can just feel it, you know. Ads for funeral insurance, ads for life insurance, and it's like they're fucking continually telling you once you get past a certain age that you're getting old. I mean, that's a fucking script in itself.
I'm tired of this place.
What I feel is pain, but it's not old, right? It's not because I'm old. It's because of these cunts and what they do.
Because of the disappointment, right?
Yeah.
I'm tired of this place. Sometimes I just want to move on.
I watched my brother get old because of disappointment.
Fuck this
and he
place.
was 46 when he died, and he looked like I do now, right? And he was only 46. I'm bloody near 70, 70 in February, and I've got bloody 20 plus years on him. It's just it's a bastard because this world does it to us on purpose. It's not the fact that there are people setting themselves out to turn you into that. It's not. I don't think there's actually an individual. Maybe there are. There's some. We just don't see those ones. But most of the time, it's our friends around us and the people around us, because they've been scripted to believe what they're saying. So they say it to you, like, "Oh, you can't do that anymore. Come on, you're older than that now. Settle down. Don't do that."
Somebody said that to me about my hats, Dean. They said, "Grow up. Why do you still wear them hats?" And I said, "Really?" I said, "When I bought this hat, it didn't have an age restriction on it."
I should have said that the other day. A lady said to me, "Look at you. You should cut that bloody beard off and that hair off. It makes you look older." I said, "I don't know. I don't feel any older." And then I mean, that was in one shop, and she tried to make an example of me. And then in another bloody shop, I met her again, and she was with an older bloke who had been frustratingly waiting for his car to be unlocked. And he had to go and use the phone, or he had to go and see somebody to use their phone so he could call his bloody car assist to get his keys out. And the car assist people went and unlocked his car, right, while he was still walking back from where he'd rung up with phone. So they didn't meet up. So the car assist people thought, right, well, they've got to get on with their jobs. So they bloody threw the bloody things up on the visor in the car and shut the door. And of course, all these cars, automatic locking, right? So he was still in the same fucking boat when he got back to his car. Poor old fucker. I felt sorry for him. He's well into his 80s.
Huh.
And I said, oh, shit, it's just fucking crazy. I said, would you like me to ring them now? He says, well, no, actually, I've got them coming again, he says. But it's just crazy. He says, I don't carry my phone around. He says, I leave the bastard at home. I said, so do I. I said, but I do have it on me today. And he said, oh, no, it's all good. And then, of course, the same guy, we were in the bloody shop together where he's not yarning away about his keys and the unfortunate situation. And the lady turned up and she must have known him. And she started to say hi. And that, I mean, she just looked at me and turned her back on me, right? I was just thinking, oh, man, people are funny. And, yes, so she started talking to him and I says, well, you just have a festive season and all the best for the new year, right? And she says, why don't you get your hair cut? And I said, excuse me, I'm not trying to order you around. Would you like me to tell you what to do? And the old boy just looked at me. He thought, oh, shit, this bugger's not going to back down, you know. And I says, you just all have a festive season and you take care, you know. And I walked off. And I got round further and she fucking ran into me again. I thought to myself 3 times in a row, what are we going to do now? And I looked at her because she had short sleeves and on her arm was a tattoo. And she says, it said 71, 2023. And I figured out, oh, she must be 71. And I says, wow, you're 71 this year. And she said, yes. Not like you. You should take all that shit off your face. You'd look even younger. You look older than me, she said. And I says, actually, I don't feel older than anyone, actually. And I'm 70. And she says, oh, bullshit. And I says, yes, I am. And she thought I was only 40 or 50. She thought I was, you know, a lot younger. She was making a judgment. Anyway, I said, yeah, I'm 70. I'll be 71 in February. She goes, I'm 69, but I'll be 70 in February. She goes, oh, okay. Well, anyway, she said, you do yourself a favour if you cut a bit of that off. I said, it does deserve a prune. But I'm not taking it all off just because you think so. My partner actually quite loves my beard. And, you know, and it's just funny how people are, because they get an idea about things, you know. Well, I thought to myself, well, you can't cut your hair off because you'd look like a bloody male, and she'd cut it up above to her heels. I didn't say that, and I didn't say, well, your skin, you know, is showing the years. I didn't mention anything to make her feel old or to make her feel uncomfortable. In fact, I did everything to make her feel comfortable.
Hey, Dean.
But
I just want to say, the new name of the symbol, my last name is Waz. It's the Swaz sticker. No, I'm joking. Go ahead, Dean.
on you for keeping your humor. You gotta do it, bro. You gotta, yeah. Yeah, anyway, I just like to relate to people. I mean, when I go to town, I don't take my phone so I can put my head down in the bloody thing all day. I take my phone if I have to, because I want to call somebody in town. I need to meet up with them or something. That's the only, usually the only reason, really. To make contact with somebody, but yeah, I mean, more so, I feel these things are just bloody devices to keep in contact. They're not, to me, my end all of my day, you know. I try not to make them the end all of my day anyway. I spent the whole day online yesterday. Because yeah,
Life's a headache.
It was raining. Eh?
I said life's a headache.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's fucking winter. It's pissing down. It's not pissing down today. It was pissing down yesterday. But
It's
we've got a lot of
cold
wind.
and cloudy here.
Yeah, it's cloudy
It's
and
freezing
cold
today.
here. I don't think it's. Hey, did you hear me? Oh, no, you haven't talked. Have you looked up anything about convection heaters?
No, but I can.
Convection heaters, not using electricity. Now, what happened? I was talking to.
Hold on. I know what you're talking about. Weren't they used in Switzerland? The guy invented them because it was freezing cold. They plug into the wall, them heaters.
Yeah, those ones that are electricity. Electricity is what you can do.
There's a guy in Africa, Dean, that created this device that you put on a TV or anything, and it's no wiring or anything. It creates its own electricity from the ether. The African guy.
I've seen them, but I don't think they give out much heat, right? They can circulate a little bit of warmish air through the room, but it just basically takes the chill off the air, right? Those little things. That's a gimmick more than anything, right? I mean, if you were in a box, you could put it in your dog's box, for example. It would probably keep your dog warm, right? In a box. But in a doghouse, but yeah, any room 10 by 10 or 4 by 4 even wouldn't heat up.
It says a conventional heater is a type of heater that utilizes convection to transfer heat via the movement of liquid or gas. A convection heater works much like a convection oven and differs from radiant or conduction heating as it relies on the movement of air.
Yeah, the ovens they're talking about, I mean, you can use cold air coming in from underneath and it'll push out hot air, right? And I mean, this guy, what I've got, this might be, I don't know how to make my bloody videos visible on YouTube. I just don't know how to do that.
You don't know how to upload?
No, I got the upload part, but I just got them in my channel, but I don't know how.
They're expensive, these heaters. $220.
Yeah. But you know, there's a guy in London. He's actually a Pommy guy. You can hear the accent. I know he's Pommy.
$3 grand for a good one, Dean. I just had to say that. $3 grand for a good convection heater.
You know those old glass, those old metal cabinets they used for first aid cabinets? They had a glass front on them with a little key lock. Well, anyway.
Peace, look within and somehow.
Yeah, peace everyone in the chat. Hey, look, yeah, these things called convection heaters, and this guy actually in London. He's using baked bean cans. Now, you just listen to me for a bit. What he does is he joins all these baked bean tins. He takes the bottom and the top out of them, and he joins them all together to look like a chimney using sticky tape, foil tape. You know, the foil tape you use for mufflers and such, heating arrangements. So he uses them to join them all together, and they go through a tin box. He's made this tin old tin first aid cabinet. He's made into this thing. So he cut a hole in one side, put a baked bean tin halfway through, and then he taped them together through the box, and another one going out the other side, and he sealed it up so that no air could come in other than through the tin. So it just passed through this box. And all he put underneath it, Chuck, was candles, right? And the candles heated up. He had a little exhaust chimney coming out the top, which he then poked out through a hole in his wall. You could probably, exhaust it into your ceiling or something like that, so you didn't get fumes from the candles. But people burn candles in their homes, right? So the only thing with burning candles, you can leave black marks on your ceiling, all depending on the height of them. But anyway, so he put this system in, and he's getting, I think, I thought it was 11 degrees, but it's not. It's actually 7 to 8 degrees of heat out of his convection heater. Now, this is just, he's in the experimental stage when he's showing this stuff. And you'll know it's him because he's got a dog, and one of his videos he talks about how the dog just peed on the floor. So he's a pommy guy. Anybody wants to have a look at how that works. But you can use, for example, if you went camping, you could get a piece of pipe that you could fit together. You can fit all the pipes together, like screwing them together, a 3/4 inch pipe. You could have enough to make a Z. So we have some that goes in, and it goes like a left turn, and then an upright turn, and then another right turn, right? So two elbows, one go, well, both of them just elbows, and one goes left and one goes right. And what you do is you have your longest one, and you can put it in a fire outside at night in the snow. You can get a fire going in the snow, build a big bloody bank of firewood. They show you how to do it on YouTube. I know how to do it. And you put the pipe at the bottom so it's free to get air to come in through it. And then the fire heats up the pipe, heats the air inside it, and, convection, hot air rises. It goes through the pipe and goes, and if you have a little, like you zip your tent up so it just comes to the top of the pipe, that hot air can blow into your tent, right? Now, that's a bloody good system. And I've seen it done on YouTube, And another one is if you've got wooden floors, for example, Chuck, right? Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah, if you got wooden floors, you can put down say a sheet of tin or foil, and then what you can do is you can lay down 4 or 5 bricks in a square pattern with one in the middle to support another sheet of tin. And then on that tin, you can put in, those ceramic flower pots. You can get a ceramic flower pot. I mean, the bigger the more they are, the more heat they put out. But even a small one of, say, a diameter of, say, 4 inches in circumference and about 6 to 7 and 8 inches tall or long, high. Turn them upside down, so you got the little holes at the top and the big hole at the bottom. That's the little hole at the top, and then you just put a candle on the bricks, and the candle heats up the ceramics, and the ceramics become that hot that they give off heat. Now, that's a bloody good idea for people who have got no heating or can't afford electricity bills to do so. I mean, I've been looking at the idea. I'm actually thinking we've got a big ceramic pot. All I have to do is find a fairly good sized candle. But even now, I've just seen that you can get tea light candles. They only burn for a few hours. So it's a case of, if you can pull your tray out and replace the tea light candles and then push it back under your device, you're then going to be able to keep your room and keep the ceramic pot warm. Because ceramic, is basically terracotta pots, okay? And yeah, it's bloody interesting. I was actually been looking into it, and then I was talking to this guy I've been doing some work for. He came to pick me up, and he says, "What are you?" I said, "Oh, have you ever heard of convection heaters?" And he says, "Yeah." He said, "I bloody have, actually." He says, I'm interested in engineering. And he told me a bit about his engineering skills and stuff. But he said when he went on his OE, he went on a trip, overseas. And he went to Rome. And he says in Rome, they used the convection heater. Excuse me. So they used that convection heating system. What they did, and I mean, this idea, I've been looking into it because of Tartaria and how they use those chimneys. They weren't chimneys at all. They were convection heaters. But anyway, they had a fire in the basement, and the cold air would come in from underneath. They'd heat that air, and it would go up. And they have little bellows in their chimney, which they could block off and allow that heat to go in each room, so they could have it in any room they wanted it. And it's an interesting concept. But anyway, the Romans were doing it, and like these big bloody prefects that ran the armies and the legions. Right, the legionnaires and such. They could get a palace built for them, and they'd had slaves bloody under the ground there, keeping fires burning, keeping bloody bellows working, and that's all their job was, all bloody day long, was to keep their bellows bloody pushing heat into the room that he wanted it in. If he decided he was going to the baths, he wanted that bloody thing warm. Well, they knew that had to be warm before he wanted to go there. They knew they had to keep everything warm.
Jen said, "I've done that once, Dean. The damn thing got so hot it burned a spot into my dresser."
Yeah, they get bloody hot. That's the thing, yeah. So you've actually got to have a sheet of tin. Get yourself an old sheet of tin and put some terracotta bricks or red bricks down on your whatever you're putting it down on, and then put a sheet of tin on it, and then so you got some air space between it and the floor, or it and the cabinet, right? Yeah. But yes, it will burn a whole bloody hole. It will burn your wood, bloody oath, if you don't have anything to separate it. But they put out a lot of heat.
Mason Melt said, last night a military helicopter was spotlighting and hauling ass through the country in southwest Missouri, about 100 feet in the air next to his place. Interesting. What were they chasing? An escapee from the genetic manipulation underground base.
Who knows? People are always bloody trying to get away.
Yeah.
You know?
Probably from a prison. Is there a prison out there, Mason Mount? Holiday time, prisoners be like, I'm out of here.
Yeah. It's a real shame how we're treated. I mean, animals are better bloody treated just the same, or worse. It's criminal. Fucking people are criminal the way they do things.
Yep.
And we point fingers and say, well, you know, he's an evil bastard. Well, I don't even know sometimes that they even know what they're doing. I think they've just been trained and programmed so much and manipulated, yeah, that they've lost the bloody sense of their moral compass, right?
Consumed in the lies.
Mm.
Listen to this. Hold on. I'll play this video. I couldn't believe this was said by this individual. Oops. Come on. All right. Let's see, which one is it?
They're killing us through the food. They're killing us through the content. They're killing us through the programming. But God is alive, and is alive in all of us. And we will overcome. They're killing us through the food. They're killing us through the content. They're killing us through the programming. But God is alive, and is alive in all of us. And we will overcome.
You've got a lot of worms. If you're on a fast and you're fasting and you're on a diet and you get a headache, you got the headache because the worms are all peeing, trying to get you to eat something else. They're trying to make you sick so you'll get off of what you're doing and start eating. So you take some arginine and orthodine, in a matter of 20 minutes, if the headache's gone, you've neutralized the worm urine and you know that you're loaded. Children that have little tiny pimples on the backs of their arms or little tiny pimples here on the edges of their cheeks have 5 varieties of critters in them. 5 varieties. It's time to deworm and it's time to get them out. Now what I found out is that vibration and frequency is everything. It is literally everything. If you take an aspirin, it changes the way you vibrate. And so it blocks the nerves so that you can't feel pain. If you take deworming programs, you change your vibration, and you change your vibration so dramatically that the worms and parasites either have to get out of you, this is no longer a good home, or they die in you. And then your lungs and your liver and all that stuff handle it. And you do it with water. And out of all of this, I handled my cancer, my stomach and esophagus cancer, which is a terminal problem. I am the only, that I know, survivor of stomach and esophagus cancer in this nation. You've got a lot of worms. If you're on a fast and you're fasting and you're on a diet and you
That's real interesting. I was thinking about that the other day. When you get angered and stuff like that, I get a neurosis. It's like I get itchy. It's like it's like a neuropsoriasis where I get itchy patches on the back of my head. I haven't had them for a while, but when I get like a while back, I was really angry.
I never thought pimples would be because of even itching, like you said, Dean, could be because of worms. Yeah. Huh.
And I was a while back, and I was really angered. I was angry. There's no doubt about it. And I had itchy skin, and I thought, "Holy shit, what the freaking heck?" So I got some stuff to deal with it, but it actually was probably because of those things. Now I think about it, and years and years ago, and when I was in my early, teens, going into my early 20s, I got a job on a farm, and the guy next door, the guy I worked for, was a good man. He didn't like spray much. He used it, but he didn't like it. He would rather dig it out or cut it off, and that was his way of doing it. But his neighbour was the bloody guy that used bloody 2,4-D, which is the same chemicals that they used in Agent Orange. 2,4-D, same chemicals they used in Agent Orange in the Vietnam War, right? To spray the bush, to kill it, so they could see where they were.
Damn, that's like a pesticide.
It's fucking pesticide, herbicide, everything, right? And it's ferocious shit, I tell you. But the neighbour was spraying his fence line, and we were cutting our fence line. In those days, I don't know, I think they were meant to tell the neighbours when they were doing it, but anyway, that was in the 70s. They should have reported the fact that they were going to be spraying along their bloody fence line. Well, I happened to be using... I got more than that, Chuck. I couldn't bend my legs for fucking about 10 days. I couldn't even walk properly. Every pore on my bloody legs, because I was wearing shorts that day, right? I had a raincoat on my top because all the vegetation was that wet that I didn't want my clothes to get wet. So I had a raincoat on over my head, and like with a hoodie on, and done up on the front. But I had shorts on, and I had my boots, socks and boots. So from where my socks ended, which was right down by my boots, right up to my shorts, every pore became a festering pimple, and it was swollen like a little volcano. I couldn't, my skin was that tight, I couldn't bend my knees. I had to sleep between two chairs at night and put feet on one and sleep in the other one. I could not fucking bend my knees. I couldn't stand anything touch, not even a feather, you know? Oh, fuck, it was incredible pain. And I should have been hospitalised, I reckon. But anyway, you wonder sometimes whether you're a targeted individual when you get shit like that going on, right? Because nobody else got it, only me. There were two other jokers on the fence line, but one was on the top of a hill. He seen it coming, so he was able to run off out into the bloody paddock, away from the damn thing.
Peace to
And the
Jen,
other guy,
Sean, and Rebecca. Bex.
he was down the bottom of the hill, and he was able to hear it coming and see it coming long before I did. But I was like coming up to the top of this little gully. I was just about coming up to the top of the hill, and next thing, this fucking helicopter appears in front of me, and it's just a billow of spray. I had nowhere to go. I couldn't even run. I just grabbed hold of my hoodie, held my breath, shut my eyes, and pulled the strings that cover your face. I pulled them in so tight that I and put my hand over the front hole, and the other one I just pulled the bottom of my coat in against my shorts, and from any exposure down was my hands, which they didn't seem to get affected, but I managed to wash them off pretty quickly in a stream. I ran as hard as I could down to the bottom of the hill, and I was just, but you know, I suppose the heat of my legs running in that, it just kind of took it in, you know. I didn't have the best skin condition in the first place anyway on my legs. And my brother and my sister and all my family suffered from skin disorders when we were young. We had skin problems. And, you know, my brother even had one layer less on his body, so he couldn't even work properly because his hands would bleed if he was to work his hands too much. It'd just crack open and bleed. But anyway, yeah, so, I mean, it affected my legs. Every pore on my legs, they go, oh, shit, you shaved your legs then? I said, no. They go, oh, you fucking, you know, I used to get teased. You're shaving your fucking legs then? I said, no, I fucking don't. I got fucking sprayed. Fuck off, you cunt, you know. You know, fucking all that sort of shit. Because people, you know, when we were riding bikes, so I was riding bikes with these guys for a while, and one guy said, oh, you got to shave your legs, mate. Makes you go faster. What a load of fucking shit. But, yeah, maybe it's true. I don't know. If you're a hairy person. But me, I never grew hair on my legs. My bloody I mean, you can see where the bloody spray got me. Even from above my shorts, there's hair, and below my socks, there's hair, right? Yeah, fuck. Yeah, so that was a hell of a bloody experience. But yeah, 245D. That's what it was called. 245D.
Is Marcel still in here? Sorry,
Yeah,
Dean.
it's our bloody claws day today. Ripping their claws into the bloody keys, into the bank accounts. But you can imagine how many people in the world today have got maxed out credit cards because of fucking Christmas.
Fuck Christmas.
Yep.
I don't care about the holidays. I just, you know, would like to spend time with my family. If I could have a choice between $2 million and being able to hug my mother again and see my grandpa, my uncle, and my friends that all died, I would tell the $2 million to go fuck itself, and I would be just to be able to see everyone one more day.
I know what you're saying, Chuck.
You know, people say they're in better places and stuff, but I don't believe none of that. I'm pretty much in between of believing there's an afterlife. I don't know. I've died and didn't even know I was dead. It was like a dream state. So for people, they used to tell me, oh, your mom's in a better place. And I would say, well, how the fuck do you know? Or your cat's in a better place.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't
because they're
know
not
either.
suffering, yeah. But they would love to be alive. I'm sure of that.
None of
But
us.
yeah,
None of
holidays
us
spark
like.
up those memories, man. When I watch other families convo and share food and hug each other and stuff, I ain't gonna lie, it creates jealousy and anger. I don't take it out on them, but it and then the good memories start to flow in my mind, and then that brings even more pain because people say you have your good memories, yeah, but that brings more pain when you start thinking about the good memories and how they're gone.
Dad, come here, Dad. Come on.
My other cat won't even fucking go in the living room, and she hasn't been the same. My other cat just lays there sad now. She don't want to get up. I think my other cat seen Chloe dead on the floor and probably was hitting her with the paw trying to get her up, but she will not go in this other room.
Did she die when you were asleep, bro?
Yeah, and I had left my door open, and because when I would hear her crying, I would get up and talk to her and tell her it's gonna be okay, even though I knew it probably wasn't. But I got up in the morning. I fell asleep for like 2 hours finally because it's hard to sleep when I could hear, see her in pain. And I got up and she was on the ground spread out, just stiff. And I was like, damn. I told her that night, I said, just hold on one more night. And I was going to try the dewormer that Sun Mile told me to try. I said, you know what? I'm just going to try it because she was bad and then she started to get better. I was giving her water and she was eating more out of my hand. A lot too. She started to eat and then she went back downhill fast. Boom, like real quick.
When they stopped,
she didn't hang on. I knew she wasn't gonna hang on by the way she was acting.
And that was only so you could put it down. But I think what you need to know is that she took that away. I feel like I don't know. People say it's mad to talk to animals, and they probably can't talk back, but they might even hear us more than we know. We just do not know their language. And the thing is, like, our little dog, we can say, "You want some dog roll?" and he gets all excited, his tail starts going, and he's all happy as, And the cat knows the sound. When I say dog roll, that means food for the cat as well. And he can even go milk, and I'm bloody sure it's saying, "Yes, I want some milk, 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 milk. Yes, I'll have milk." And the way they look at you sometimes, when you say stuff, I don't know.
Peace or drop.
I think they do. I think they understood more. Maybe not the words, but the action and the body language, right? Maybe they can feel the animosity in you, or your anger, or I know we can feel somebody's anger. They don't have to say anything. You can just look at them, and they're fucking. They're not looking bloody good on the inside. So who's to say that is the language that they live by, and that they can work a whole plethora of bloody of language out of just raising eyebrows, or lifting a cheek, or a paw, or turning it left or right, whatever. We just don't know. The only one I know of that had any bloody communication with animals is the Dr. Dolittle stories, right? And yeah, it's just one of those things. I feel like how do we know when we're so far removed from ourselves and our true? I feel we've been robbed of our place here. And what its true character was before it was completely stripped out for resources, for wealth. Because all I see here is the raping and pillaging and plundering of our earth for resources. It's all it's ever been, to make money, for wealth, to have power over another. In the early days, I feel it would have been to have more slaves. If you look at the Roman times, there were a lot of slaves. If you look at these early times, there were a lot of slaves. I think the people who had a lot of slaves probably even had willing slaves that went to them to work for them just to get the benefit of having a better master.
Yeah.
Mm.
They worked because they needed food. That was their only option.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the early days, it was were you worth your salt? Were you worth your salt? As a labourer, you got paid in salt because that was your worth. How much salt you'd expelled out of your body was how much you need to put back in. People don't realise that when you sweat, you're giving out your salts.
Yep.
And if
Pink Himalayan salt.
Yeah,
That's
well,
the way
even
to
actually
go.
Himalayan or Celtic salt.
Or go to the ocean and make your own salt, which is the best.
And make your own, that's the best, absolutely.
But don't go to Connecticut's Long Island Sound and do it, because you'll be extremely sick and probably deteriorate on sight or fucking transform into one of those chupacabras. Because there's an island right off of Long Island Sound, right outside of Long Island. There's that island where they do experiments with genetics and stuff is washed up on shore. Yeah, you don't want to end up like that. I bet you they got an underground road. Like, how do these people get to these islands? I never see a boat going out there. So they could have an underground road that drives right underneath the bay. Boop. I wouldn't doubt it. Peace or drop.
I've got to wonder. I mean, most cities, if you have a look at them, they're probably from the Tartarian time. They were all the base construction was
What do you
already
mean Tartarian time? Because Tartaria
Well,
wasn't the whole realm. Okay, Mudflood, that's better. Tartaria wasn't the whole realm.
Yeah, I know, but Mudflood. They call it Tartaria, but when you look at some of these buildings and the half windows, they're half buried, right? But the other thing that you've got to look at, if that was half buried, how did they get those tunnels that were sewer drains undersea to go out into the bloody harbour? How did they build those brick tunnels that go right out and come out and spew all the sewage into the sea? How did they build the bricks underwater?
That's a good question.
That's it's always my biggest question. If you have a look at every bloody major city back in the 70s, and you go and have a look at them, they've all got drains that go out into the sea, and they pour out the sewage under the ocean, and it comes up out there. And it used it was before sewage ponds. Every city had one. They're on the river bank, and they go out into the river, or they're out on the edge of an ocean. And they all had these fucking sewage bloody channels that made of red bricks. How the hell did they put them together under the water? Because some of them go out friggin' miles. I know the one in Auckland does. Goes right out into the harbour. Long way out. It goes out as far as Browns Island. Well, Browns Island's several bloody kilometres away from Auckland. They called it Browns Island because of the poop, right?
Huh. Poopy Island.
Yeah, that's where the bloody thing comes out by. Brown Island. I'd just like to know how they bloody flood this place. That's what I'd like to know.
Well, I've read it comes from the abyss, which makes sense. Now, they cut all these titan trees down. Like I said before, that's where most of this salt water can be going up through the roots, because salt is a conductor, and these trees, who knows what they did? They could have, if they were
Do you think they were able to separate the salts in their own what do they call it? Fucking osmosis. Yeah, osmosis. That's when they transform energy from the sun into their leaves. They can they do the same with their root systems, because we've got mangrove trees, for example. They grow in salt water. Do they have some kind of osmosis system where they can feed themselves with water without having to keep in the salts? Or do they use the salt to perform other functions in their system?
It's a good question. I think
But yeah,
the flood.
I mean, I see a lot of mountains and hills around me, and they've got these artesian springs that are coming to the surface. And I'm probably thinking to myself, I have thought it several times, that there was an old tree growing there, and that is the root system still in operation. So it's been pulling water up for so long that the water has found a way to pressurize itself out through that. Yeah.
Look at the mesas and the plateaus that have waterfalls coming down from them. The water is literally coming up the center of that tree trunk.
Yeah.
And there's warm springs, and because people take helicopters, I've said this before, I think it's South America.
Yes.
Or it could, and they take a helicopter up there, and you're stuck for like 48 hours, and then it'll come back. It's the only way you could get down. And summertime they do it. I mean, the stars you can see, and there's a hot spring up there. They built little cabins up there, and you use the hot spring, and you bring food and all that. But I think the flood could have, I mean, look at the big ice wall. If that's all the way around us, it makes me think like maybe the place heating up isn't a bad thing. Maybe it's thawing out everything, and the place is returning to normal. Maybe it was never cold anywhere. You know, maybe the cold was created from the fallout of the war that happened. Whatever
Yeah, well,
happened.
that's a very big possibility too, because I have thought about that too as well, Chuck. Because in the Second World War, the bombing of London and Europe, I mean, it rained for fucking years afterwards, right? The rain just didn't disappear. Because of the frequency and the booming all the time, it was always wet. So yeah, that's a very big possibility. Frequency definitely played a big part in where we're at. I mean, it's just about everything here, isn't it? Well, we what are we looking at? Time-wise.
It's only 12:48 here.
It's 6:51. 6:51. We got to go. We're going out to dinner today.
Nice.
Maureen made a couple of steamed puddings. One for us and one for the people we're going to see. She, you know, you said earlier. I heard you say that if you met a girl, she's got to be able to cook, right?
Yeah. Hopefully one day I'll meet a woman that is on my frequency.
Well, definitely, I was able to meet Maureen. Although she thought I was a bloody priest at one stage. She's because I used to recite the Bible all the time, right? When she first met me online. Yeah.
Dean, the preacher. That's what we're gonna call you. I couldn't see you, man. I couldn't picture you being a preacher, man.
I wasn't. I was just a person online, buddy, thinking I'd seen the way and the truth and the light, right?
You have.
I have.
Look at these screen. Look at these I got, Dean. Check this one out. Woo, buddy. That's a nice screen.
Yours is the same as mine. Oh no, I see. Now I got it. I thought it was a split down the middle. It's a waterfall. Oh, that's yeah, that's I just had to get my magnifying glass. But yeah, my whole phone's buggered, man. I got a cracked screen. It's just about shattered, and I've got to get a new phone. But this bastard cost me too much. I don't want another one. I'm coming to the point where I'll throw the bastard away. If it wasn't for YouTube and you people and sharing the truth and sharing the truth, talking from the heart.
This is the other one.
Beautiful, aren't they? Yeah. That's the same picture, but at the bottom, yeah.
It is?
Yeah, it's the same picture.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a different angle. You're right.
Yep.
What's up, Bex?
Good day, my friends. Good day.
Hello,
how are you?
Bex.
I was sleeping. I've been sleeping through the earlier duration of your show. I'm not going to lie. Not because of your show, but because I was tired.
You
Yeah.
know it's because of the show.
No, I've been cleaning up the hamster cage that was my house. It's fucking near spotless already. So easy, hey? How long can someone think about doing something and then just do it? Anyways, I was up late, relaxing after a long day of cleaning, watching Netflix, not YouTube. Hollywood programming. Anyways, I finally went to bed, and yes, I just woke up not long ago. Been listening to you guys and went and grabbed a coffee from Tim Hortons.
I hope you rested well then after your hard-earned sleep.
Yeah, and I'm a couple days into I've been walking for a couple months now, but I'm a couple days into some more arduous doings, like just that. And I went for a long walk and I picked up a whole bunch of stuff and carried it all back. So I'm a little bit stiff, but I know the more you do it, the less stiff you are
Exactly.
when it
Beck.
comes to muscles.
I know what we're talking about here. I'm not.
No, I
I
didn't want anyone to worry about their erections.
Woo!
I
The
don't
more you
worry
do.
about that. I don't worry about that. My mind is not like that, you know. That's one thing. It's just my mind is not like that. I'm not gutter based, right? I'm not gutter
You're not
based.
gutter based?
No.
Not that aroused?
Well, the thing is, I don't. You know, that's a privacy of my own, and I don't wish to even go that way.
It's okay. I was only speaking generally.
I know, but it's amazing how many people do react like that these days. And a lady I work for, in Masterton, she was, somebody was out talking to us, and I was like leaving her place. I'd just finished working for the day. And this person was standing out there, and they told this little joke which had some insinuations in it, right? And it went straight over my head because I'm not gutter based, right? And but it didn't go over the others' head, so I could see them all smirking. And I said, "What are you guys laughing at?" And I didn't even click. You see, it went straight over my head because I'm not gutter based, right? Yeah.
Did you say it went straight over your head because you're not good at based?
No, gutter. My mind's not in the gutter.
Gutter based, of course, gutter based. Thank you.
My mind is not in the gutter.
Crikey,
right?
In the gutter, crikey. Well, it just goes with the accent too. It goes with the accent.
Okay. Well, anyway, that's where I'm at.
No,
I'm not gutter
I say that only because we get socialized here in North America, not typically with Kiwi accents, but with any accent beyond our own that's English, to be more reserved than we are. And I think it's funny because I know neither Aussies nor Kiwis tend to be more reserved than Canadians. But there's nothing wrong with values and morals around privacy. I get that, and not being gutter based.
I mean, this is a funny thing, but when years ago, I'd come up with dirty jokes all the time, right? But now, when I think of a joke, it's not a dirty joke. It's a joke that it's above the belt. Right?
Now you're it's still above the belt. Gutter is still above the belt. Don't crisscross those two. Yeah. It's just but I get that. I was gonna make a garden joke. I said now your dirty jokes are all about soil.
Yeah. But it is. I'm rather pleased with myself on that. And even when people say, you bloody missed the point, mate, you missed the joke, and I'll go, yeah, but that's where your mind's running in a different place than mine, right?
Well, these days, I'd rather be in the gutter than fully brainwashed. But one can be in both or neither. And I'm not calling you either. I'm speaking from my own experience, Dean.
Okay, yeah. I'm not taking it on board as you're speaking about me. I'm not.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
Of course not. I'm not a passive communicator. Unless you hear an angry tone, then I might sometimes, unbeknownst to me, take a bit of a jab, not realizing I'm being passive. But no, I was just joking. I was talking about my own experience. I was pretty deep in it, Dean. I was pretty deep in it.
Yeah.
My first level of brainwashing was running around telling everybody what the rules are. I was one of those. Voy knows it. You guys can tell.
Yeah,
You know, when you're
I
young.
know.
Yeah, when you're young,
I
right?
mean, I got my peripheral vision on. I call it peripheral vision, right?
Yeah.
And I see people, but I don't like to make an example of anyone. I am an
Oh,
empath.
I wasn't talking about YouTube brainwashing. I was talking about life.
Yeah,
You know?
I know. Yeah, and even life. I mean, life
Yeah,
itself. You know, I mean, I have had that moral compass type of thing where even when I was a drunkard, even when I was going out partying and having a bloody good time, I could go with a couple of friends. We'd walk into a bloody bar, and I could just turn on my heel and just walk straight out again. I knew that place wasn't for me. You know?
Yeah.
I just knew it. I didn't have to ask or talk to anyone or anything. I just turn on my heel and walk straight back out. Yeah. I'd go into parties. I could survey the place, and I'd go, yep, that's my corner over there, right?
Yeah. Did you make this graphic, Charles?
No, I just
No.
download them.
It's cool.
There's tons of them on the internet, all sorts. I just
Cool.
fell upon them one day. They're GIFs, GIFs, or whatever you call them.
This one looks
Some
like
of them,
sci-fi meets Halloween.
I got a real good one, but it won't upload. They only give you 3 megabytes for GIFs and 20 megabytes for images. So I have a real good alchemy one.
You see, you can set up different brands, eh? So if you go to the very, very top tab on your brand page.
Oh yeah,
right?
I figured that out.
Yeah.
I could set them up. Yeah, I figured that out. It's pretty dope.
Yeah, I started StreamYard with the original StreamYard. I mean, with the paid version, and I didn't know all the perks. So when I didn't continue paying it, I lost so much on storage.
That sucks.
But anyways, yeah, well, it doesn't matter. I learned not to be attached to this stuff for myself anyway. But yeah, it did suck. It did suck at the time. But I wish I'd known that brand thing because I was always changing things up. Now I am using it. But I've just been playing music on my channel, so only done a couple lives in the last month. Yeah. Yeah, but I like it. I'm going to play around with some of these moving things more. I think it's cool.
This is my favorite right here. That one's pretty cool. So is this one.
And I guess, Dean, you must be just into Christmas Day now, hey? You're on the 25th
Yes,
already?
it's nearly 7 o'clock, and we've got people coming to pick us up at 10 o'clock to go to their place for lunch.
It's 7 o'clock in the morning. It's 7 o'clock in the morning where you are?
Yep.
I've never been doing the time change right. But now it makes sense to me. When I was on my weird sleep schedule, I was sleeping on Kiwi time.
Yeah. I mean, what are we now? I mean, I work at 5. Once I wake up, Beaks, I can't go to sleep. I can't even go back. It's just impossible for me. I guess I've had such a busy damn life, you know, think so much to do, and so little time to do it in. That, you know, when you wake up,
What the fuck?
you think to yourself, crikey, I've got to get onto that job, or I've got to get onto that job, and then you look out the window and it's raining, and you go, well, that's going to have to be put off for another day. You know, it's some of these jobs. People say, oh, you're bloody procrastinating. I'll say, no, I'm not. It's bloody raining outside. You want me to go out and get fucking wet to get the job done, right? No thanks. I don't want to bloody get a cold for Christmas. Not that I believe in Christmas or anything. Fuck Christmas. I put an X and an MAS. That's how I spell Christmas. But I'm not a Christmas person. I don't like Christmas. All I see after Christmas holidays is people running around like a bloody a chicken with a head cut off because their bloody credit card is so maxed out. All I can think about is working to get the fucking thing paid off. And they do that all year to fucking max it out again for the Christmas bloody holidays. Fucking madness.
Fuck the holidays.
You know what I like about Christmas more than any other holiday is I was in the coffee shop yesterday, and the noise, okay, of the people visiting was above normal holiday noise, right? Like, I mean, what I mean is by normal holidays is the only other holiday the world takes, or at least the Canada takes off together, is, you know, some vacation in the summer if you have kids, right? All the other holidays are like one day. So it seems to me like the din of the excitement of visiting with family was cross-cultural too, right? I don't know enough about people of different faiths that practice Christmas or not, you know? I was raised in a family with no faith that practiced Christmas, you know? So, but the din in the coffee shop yesterday was so excited. It was infectious. It was noisy. It was really noisy, but everyone was just happy, you know, because, you know, they've got visitors coming and stuff like that, right? So
yeah, so I mean, people when you're trained as a child to expect gifts at Christmas time, you know, so it's a training program, really. So the only time you're getting excited is when you're going to get a gift, you know. It's all part of it, buddy. The world program. You know, my mother was a pretty devout Christian. So she had this little box. It was an old bloody tea chest type box. She'd stripped all the foil out of the inside of it because it was a tea chest. They had tin foil on the inside of this wooden box, and she'd painted it white, and then she put little stars hanging from its roof, and then she had a Christmas tree in there, a little tree that she'd made, and a star on the top of it, and she'd put these little animals in there like a little manger. So, and she had a little crib with Jesus in it as a baby, and Mother Mary over it. And that was like her little shrine at Christmas time. I remember it well. And she would hang stockings on the fireplace hooks above the fireplace with all the little presents for us. And they were all handmade by her.
Ouch.
And
Who's in the chat?
Yeah,
those are the best times, Dean.
Things that we needed, you know, things that we needed as children. You know, a new pair of socks, even socks in an old sock, you know.
Dean, I mean, Dion said, "What's up with the Masonic G spinning at the top?" I'm just trolling, man. That's all.
Peace,
Yeah, so
Dion.
I mean, as you can see, Bex
And
and
Mommy
Chuck,
Chula.
my mum was a devoted Christian, and she made those Christmas experiences memorable. I remember them, right? I do remember them, and even though they were 60 years ago, I still remember them quite well. And so you when you know that sort of training's going on, it's a bloody hard one to break. Over my life, I denounced it. And because I denounced it, I had to denounce the thinking in my head too. But I can't denounce the memories. You can't denounce those because those were mum's. They were mum's experiences.
Well, and that's the
Overflowing
good.
onto.
Yeah. I think that's the good that's supposed to occur through the program, right? Like, I mean, we as kids spend a lot of time at McDonald's, right? It's where, especially divorced kids, my mom took us to Wendy's, but still, lots of birthday parties, lots of super exciting moments as a child going to McDonald's. Just because one could become a vegan or an anti-fast food person, and it doesn't negate the birthday parties one has a child. They're not supposed to suddenly think, oh my gosh, I was eating poison at a birthday. Like, the bodies are resilient, right? Like, I mean, it's
but because of the Christmas binding spell of that bloody Santa Claus and the Christian thing, I've worked a lifetime to get rid of that, and I don't look forward to the holidays as a time of Christmas, and I don't look forward to that as a break. For me, it's just another day. I have now come to the conclusion that I don't need to look at it like that, because it is. All it is just another day.
Yeah,
and if
I've
we're
always
going
been.
to make a big highlight of it, we're still going to allow ourselves to be drawn into that script. And I don't want to live that script. It's not me. It's not me.
Jen said her mom used to hang up pantyhose because Santa could stuff more things into them. Now,
I like it.
I look at Santa as Satan, but I also look at Santa as a chomo. And you could look at you could put the same story of Jesus oils going up and down the spine as Santa, but using the chimney would be the spine. But what if you caught Santa sniffing the pantyhose? Oh my God. And look at I was talking yesterday about the word NASA. When they do the countdown, they say T minus.
Yeah.
Now, is that the T they minus out of NASA, which would spell Satan? Think about that. I forgot who brought that up.
I'm going to spend more time onto the solstice season, the changing of the solstice. And at the end of my life, this is what I want to bring into it. I'd rather enjoy a party with friends and celebrate the solstice. Right?
Yeah, of course. That's what what it originally was. And then they switched it to they blinded people into believing in this Jesus character and all these other characters that are going to come save them. It's all brain fuckery. The original celebration was for seasons.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes they blend these things, and I don't mean they, I just mean sometimes these things get blended and celebrated culturally just because.
Well, say they.
My friend lives in...
There's a lot of people in they. People say, well, who's they? You want me to name them all? Because we'll be here for like 4 hours. But go ahead.
A good friend of mine lives in Nigeria and was raised in, you call it a small village. They're called hamlets. They're almost like walled towns outside of the city. right? So it's a very civilized, maybe dirt roads, but very civilized living environment, right? And in my friend's village in Nigeria, there's people of all what we would call all nationalities. They're all Nigerians, but they except for white. And they've all been there for hundreds of years. You couldn't convince one they were more African than the other. But in his village is predominantly Christian, which we would call more evangelical, even just because of the nature of the tongue, the tongues they speak, and the reverence with which they go to church. But also Muslim, and I wouldn't be surprised if there were Jewish people there as well. But he speaks mostly of the Muslims and the Christians that live in the village, and they all celebrate each other's holidays. Like there's nothing, it's just all the more days to celebrate together, really. So yeah, they're not opposed to each other's days. They're not religions that are juxtaposed against each other. They're just people of faith who worship and live in the same place. So
And they
I just
speak
thought
in
that was
tongue.
interesting.
What if?
I know my friend, he definitely
What if
speaks in tongues at his church.
So I made a joke. If I cut someone's tongue out and put it in my mouth, would I speak a different language? Thank you, Marcel. Bring in the food.
I made meatballs last night. I have a whole bunch of dried herbs that I just dried out in a basket last summer. They've just been sitting with kind of like a dust cover over them. And I just, I didn't have a lot of groceries in my fridge, but I went and got a few things. Man, I made these, baked off these meatballs with just onions and a whole bunch of herbs and a bit of mustard in them. And then sweetened up a little bit of like stewed tomatoes with a bit of sugar and onions and vinegar. And had open-faced meatball sandwiches with my cousin for dinner. Oh my gosh, they were so herbaceous. I just wanted to use the word herbaceous. They
What's
really
Christmas
were.
crap, Jen? What's Christmas crap?
What sort of what's your scale on the mustard mix?
I just used about a tablespoon. I used a tablespoon. Yeah, I used a tablespoon of grainy Dijon. I prefer I prefer non-grainy Dijon for something like that. But I was also
like the
considering.
Heat of it, though? Do you eat mustard for the heat of it?
I do. Yes, I do. I like mustard. I like horseradish as well. Like I like horseradish in my tuna sandwich more than I like mayonnaise. Horseradish and tuna is amazing together.
Okay, because I mean, like Coleman's mustard is the mustard that we've always used. Maureen,
that's the yellow mustard.
Yeah, yellow. Maureen's mum used Coleman's. My mum used Coleman's. We use Coleman's. But I always go for the hot English Coleman's mustard.
Mm-hmm. Now is Coleman's a Dijon or a prepared mustard, like the bright yellow stuff on hot dogs?
You got the powder. You got the powder. It's already crushed powder.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that sounds good, Jen.
I used it too because mustard can be a bit of an emulsifier, so I wasn't sure if it would help bind my meatballs. I didn't have any eggs.
Oh, I see. Okay, I didn't know that. It's an emulsifier, right?
Well, I know it is. I know it.
I tell you what, I love it. I absolutely love hot English mustard,
mate.
And I mean, I can put a knife. You know how you get a knife and you smear a bit on your meats and that, and I can just like wipe it on the side of my finger, and I can just like eat it off. And go. People can go, how can they do that? You know. But I love it much. I love the heat of it, you know. It's so good for you.
Said he ate a whole bag of sour cream chips. Sour cream chips, and don't feel guilty at all. I feel you. I wouldn't either.
You know what's crazy is the local. It's not crazy, but the drugstore just around the corner is open tomorrow. Doesn't that suck? I mean, I
No.
get that we're all like, well, Christmas doesn't really matter, but you know, when everybody gets the day off and everything's closed and you've got to go to the, you know, one of 5 businesses that's open or whatever, that sucks. That's in my opinion. But also good
You
news because I
spending
didn't
time
really
with your family?
Am I?
Yeah.
I don't have any
Yeah.
family on the island, but my cousin lives just across the water. And came over. He has a bunch of friends over here, and he's young enough to be my son. My cousin is
Damn.
just around 20, and so he comes over about once
Blaze
every
up
2 or
with
3
them.
months to visit friends. Pardon me?
Blaze up with them.
I didn't understand. Sorry.
I'm glad that he's social.
Blaze up.
He's got social skills that
Smoke
were
a joint.
in operation.
Blaze up. No, he doesn't smoke weed. But yeah, he
No.
comes in. He just has keys to my apartment, and when he comes to town, lets me know he's coming. And he came last night around, I don't know, 9 o'clock, and he's got a couple plans today. Usually just spends the night. We have a meal together. I grabbed coffee, grabbed some stuff from the coffee shop this morning for when they wake up. So, but usually
Yeah.
just here for under 12 hours visiting me. But it's nice. I have a girlfriend who's off work for 5 days who's touched base. We haven't seen each other probably in about 8 or 9 years. But I've been on such a roll at my house. I mean, once I get going, I'm, I've been on such a roll. I just totally focused. But I decided a long time ago to sort of take a page from the Jehovah's Witness book. I never had much money to. The Jehovah's Witnesses don't celebrate birthdays or Christmas. I don't think
Yeah.
Muslims
They'll
celebrate
celebrate
birthdays
Satan.
either. I mean, I
Good
think
old Jehovah.
yeah. So, but I've always been a little bit of a lazy gift buyer. It's not so much about being. A lot of time I didn't have the money, and my family's so big, right? But then it just also is. I get really worried about whether someone's going to like it or use it, or so I haven't participated. I'm not a gift giver, and I don't expect gifts given to me. I'll share everything. I'll make you meals galore. You can have weed, tobacco, take my coffee, like you can have anything I have. I'm happy to share, but I don't like shopping. I don't even like grocery shopping. I hate shopping. It's a couple of years ago I got into Christmas with my ex-husband and my stepdaughter. 2020 we spent Christmas together, and after such isolation, it was one of the best Christmases of my adult life. I had a lot of fun buying them gifts. We all needed a bunch of stuff too, though, right? So, but other than that, I could see getting into it, but why bother? I'm like, I don't have any plans tomorrow. I'll check in on YouTube. I'm going to go for a long walk. I want to get some groceries today. If I don't get them today, I'll get them tomorrow. The drugstore has a nice fresh section, so I'll make sure I make myself a nice meal. But usually I make a turkey and stuff. Even if I'm alone, I'll make a turkey thigh or something. But nah, I make myself a nice meal like I did last night and just call her done. I'm excited. Yeah, I don't get down. I'm not like, oh, woe is me. I should be with my family. Rah, rah, rah. No.
No, I don't bother anymore. I used to spend the day ringing a few people and talking to friends I haven't chatted to for a while, but I don't.
Are you going live tomorrow, Charles?
Probably not.
No?
I don't know.
I think you should, Chuck. I think you should, because there are people there that are just like you that need somebody to talk to, right? And even if they don't pop up with you, you can talk about what's in your head, and it's good. I think I see that it's been a great help for you over your life. Okay. I'm gonna get up.
Marcel said some only care about the double pay, Bex. Some cashiers I spoke to like to work now because of the double pay, but I agree I wouldn't. Damn, these fucking people upstairs got no respect. I'm gonna put my Timbs on and walk on their fucking head. They stomp back and forth. From this room, they'll stomp all the way to the kitchen, and they'll turn around and stomp. Oh, they got fucking cement feet.
I hate that.
They have no respect
I'm
for
lucky.
nobody, not
I
even
live in
yourself.
yeah. We live in a concrete foundation building. I mean, I hear the people above me, but I don't notice. You can hear that they're moving, but they wouldn't be able to wear like high-heeled shoes or heavy work boots. You'd have to really stomp.
I'm going to end this stream at 4 hours. So we got
Okay.
20 minutes. I might go live tomorrow or later, but I know for New Year's Eve I'm going live for sure. I'm gonna do the ball drop. I'm gonna get a fucking gallon of whiskey. Hell no, I'm joking.
I was thinking I never drink. I think it's funny. I thought I was going to get a couple beer one night and go live or come to someone's stream and just get drunk.
I think about the
Like,
hangover. I am
yeah.
not willing to deal with that shit. Especially with
Look,
whiskey hangover. Oh my god.
I should have done it a couple months out here. A couple months ago out here, I should have come out here and gotten drunk online.
People don't want me drunk online. They'll never come back to this fucking place.
I think I'd be pretty funny.
I'd be worse than Voy if someone pissed me off.
I'll just be a sec.
And I'm not dissing Voy. But I feel Voy. When I drink, if someone gets me mad, there's no control. Like, how could I put it? I can control myself, but it's easier to get mad without caring. There's no trying to level out. But when I'm sober, people try to get me mad. It don't work.
I tell you what, though, when you get bodily tired and mentally tired,
yeah, I'm tired of life.
Yeah, when you get mentally tired and bodily tired, and somebody says something to you, and you're just not in the mood for it, you know, you can turn on your bloody self and snap their head off pretty quickly, you know.
Shit, vodka, man. I remember my step aunt. It was my uncle's wife, and my uncle used to drink a fifth a day. And when they were poor and they didn't have a lot of money, they would get this vodka called Bukov. And I drank it a few times when I was broken. You know, I used to drink with my friends every day in my 20s and after work. And I called it Puke-Off instead of Bukov because it was cheap vodka and it would fuck you up and you would wake up puking. I called it Puke-Off. We're going to get some of that Puke-Off. Look it up, Bukov. It's like, I think, a Russian or Polish vodka. It's cheap. It's like drinking...
When I drink... go ahead, Charles.
It's like drinking Natural Light for beer and shit. Cheap.
Different liquors affect me differently.
I'll be right back. It's raining outside, and I don't want to take my bloody phone out there. It's got a shattered screen in the water. It doesn't like water at the moment. But I'm just going out to feed the chickens, so I'll be back. See you shortly. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I've never noticed the different ways that alcohol affected me until I started drinking scotch with my girlfriends. We would get together on a Sunday before a hootenanny at a local pub, which we called church, but it was at 4 o'clock. You could go down and people would play music for a drink, and those of us would just hang around and, drink. But we'd always have a primer before the pub and share a Mickey of scotch between 3 or 4 of us girls. And scotch doesn't make me like it's not a panty remover. Not that anyone wants to hear that. I'm just saying it's not a party booze for me. It's a really heady drink. Like the next, other than that place when I drank scotch, one time I
151. Drink 151.
drank scotch with a friend and I got 3 7-letter words in a row in Scrabble. It just makes me smart.
Huh.
Scotch is a weird drink for me. I get smarter.
Drink that shit. That's how I felt on shrooms.
Yeah.
You ever when I've done shrooms or acid, I felt like my hearing. I felt like I could hear stuff people couldn't. I felt like a Marvel comic superhero.
Yeah, I've only done hallucinogens like under both handfuls of times, under 10 times. I would say I've done hallucinogens in general, like probably more like 7, maybe mushrooms 4 times and acid 3 times.
Shrooms twice, and I did acid twice.
Yeah,
the
but I
first
really
times for
enjoyed.
each were good. The second
Yeah.
time, I don't know. I really didn't feel it unless it was cheap stuff.
Mm-hmm. I enjoyed hallucinogens, though. I have
Me
enjoyed
too.
them. I don't want to speak like it's past tense. Although it
The
has been
acid
decades.
I enjoyed for the first 8 hours. The rest of the time, I thought I was stuck for life.
I laughed so hard. I'm pretty sure acid cured my anorexia. A girlfriend and I from the eating disorder support group I was in got really high, and my mom had moved out of the house she was living in at the time, and I don't know how we ended up there, but we were going to visit my mom, and we ended up going to her old place and hanging out there while we calmed down. And so we were in this empty house, and all there really was like the mirror and each other. And I'll tell you, looking at people who are grossly underweight on a hallucinogenic drug was we really saw ourselves. Like we were stuck in the mirror, like, and focusing on how bony we were. It was I don't know. I remember it as relatively pivotal in getting over my eating disorder.
I would have done a movie, but my fucking hotspot ran out today. I was gonna do a movie, and more like I think I could have 10 people up here. I was gonna do a showing of the movie 9. Don't I have 9?
Well, I haven't seen it.
I think I have 9 saved. I should. I better.
Cool.
Brain Scan was a good movie, man. Thanks to oh yeah, I do got 9 right here. Thanks to Marcel. I like that movie, Brain Scan. I'm gonna watch it when I get off of here. I'm uploading it now. Oops.
I watched I've spent the last few nights watching Netflix before I went to bed.
You should do a movie. That movie 9. That one or the movie I always tell people to watch. They say they're gonna watch. Now, I think Dominic watched it. The movie Pulse. P-U-L, I think it's S-E, Pulse. A lot of people said they were gonna watch it. Peace, Jay Heighton. Have a good day, bro.
Is Pulse the one about the food industry?
No, that's I Clone Tyrone. The hell? That was I Clone Tyrone.
Bloody carrot. Becky made us so plugged in. Sorry about that, folks.
Well, Charles, I'm gonna
people should watch it. Pulse.
I'll check it out. I'm gonna hop down because I know you said you're gonna go till the 4-hour mark. Gives you a chance to say bye to Dean and the chat and such. Give give me a shout anytime. You know me, I'm around. So whether online or offline, I'm there for you. And I'll keep an eye out for whether you're live later or tomorrow or the next day. And I'll touch base with you tomorrow either way. And much
All
love to
right,
you both.
Bex.
And thanks for
Yeah,
having me up. I'll see you soon.
much love and take care, and all the best for this new season that we're going into.
Thanks. You
Bex,
too. And say hi to get all my love to Maureen and the family as well. Bye for now.
I will do.
Bye.
Okay.
Peace, Bex. One love. Well, there's still 5 minutes left. Huh. She left early.
It's all good.
I'm gonna check that movie out, Marcel. Rebel Moon. Mark Basket is probably busy with his family. He hasn't been through in a while. Paula don't come through no more. Kimba comes by once in a while. It seems like more or less all these channels that got what's the word I'm looking for, man? Monetized, they don't come by. There's a couple other people, they don't come by either ever since they got shmonetized. But that's what they want to do, so I'm going to continue to do me regardless.
What would you like on your top?
Huh?
We got Marcy. Excuse me, Chuck. I'm just making some toast and a cup of coffee for Maureen. I heard you say you got 5 minutes. According to me, I think you got 8 minutes. But anyway, if that's what you were saying, you're going to finish up at time. But anyway, you know, I just, you know, I mean, I just, it's hard to say. Be at peace tomorrow.
Damn it, I got booted out.
When you got nobody around you, and I understand how hard it is. When all your people have gone.
Yeah, I'm the only one standing from the original You and Me, Dean. Everyone else, Phil, and everyone else parted ways.
Yeah, it's hard. It's bloody it's hard to configure sometimes, and to sort it out in your head. I mean, you know, people say, "Oh, you die alone. You got to. You came into the world alone. You got to die alone, and all that." And that's all true, but we shouldn't have to live alone, right?
This is funny. Here's the four amigos. This is how I'm gonna look after I'm done fasting.
I look like that already.
What cartoon was this? Damn, they got this from them old cartoons from WB.
It's funny when, you know, we worry about our health and this and that, and then when you get older, the weight falls off you, and your muscle mass changes and all these sorts of things. You don't have to worry about dieting. It all drops away anyway. Buddy.
I like this one. I wish this had some movement in it. I could tell this one's from a video game. And that one's dope. This one's cool too if it filled the whole picture. This one right here. I'm gonna start opening up with this one right here. Do you know the 4 L's form a swastika, right? The 4 L's. Luck, love, life, and light.
Everything's been villainized, right?
Yeah.
They've turned good into bad, right into wrong. Good into evil. You know, it's basically, I would say, just through the desire for wealth, the desire for something that no one had at the time, you know?
Right.
It's like, to me, I love that the gods must be crazy. That really taught me something about, you know, like a bloody simple Coke bottle falling out of a bloody plane window and landing amongst people who had never seen anything like it. A glass bloody bottle, and it caused more bloody trouble than anything, right? It was so bad that they just wanted to bloody throw the thing off the edge of the world and of the edge of the earth, and so it would never come back into their lives. Okay? And how true that story is for me.
It's sad. This one right here reminds me of the Bronx. This right here.
Woke up and there was nothing on it.
Hi, Maureen.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
That's
How are
good.
you doing?
I'm fine. A little bit of pain in my back, but other than that, I'm okay, thank you.
It sucks. Being in pain is it's uncomfortable as hell.
Yep. Yeah. I get to the stage where, you know, I just want to have no back, no hips. But I get through it. If it wasn't for the good herb, baby? Yeah, if it wasn't for the herb,
That's what I need.
Yeah.
I need some herb. Where's Kimbo when you need her?
Yeah, exactly. I've been talking to a lot of people lately in my own place here, and just the poor quality of climate has changed the outdoor growing experience a great deal.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're being pushed to move everything indoors, which is what the world wants. They want us all inside, shut up, locked up, doing everything, even growing our food inside, or even getting to the point where you can't grow anything, but you have to survive totally on them. And
sucks.
It sucks to fucking, yep. I'll probably be glad to leave this place, and when my time comes, in that regard, you know.
Well, you can't leave until I come visit.
Well, I ain't leaving in a hurry, you know. I mean, the will to live is still quite strong in me. Maureen bought me a shirt that said "Legends don't die," so I gotta keep going.
You know, that's crazy that the word legend, right? It has two endings in it, ledge and end.
Yeah. true. Yeah. Because you become at the end, you either become a legend.
Yeah.
Or you don't. Yeah. It's either that or not. You know, it's what you've done with your life. Have you become something at the end of it, or have you just been, you know, living the dream and doing nothing for your work, for your people around you, and for the climate or anything? You've done nothing to change things. If you get to that part of your life and you feel like you're just done nothing, I would be disgracing myself. I tell you, I'd be totally disgracing myself. Oh shit,
Maureen, Jen says, much love. Maureen.
Much love, Jen. Much love, Jen. Yeah, much love, Jen. I'm going out to make toast first. I'll leave Maureen in the bedroom and I'll go out here and make some toast.
You drink any pine needle tea today?
Yep. Oh, no, I'm not. I finished it up yesterday. Sorry. So it's not.
How do you do that again?
Sorry?
How do you do the pine needle tea again? You just get the pine needles and
well, I go and get a fresh branch. I go and get a fresh branch. I've got a big tree that I know's anywhere. I would say it's close to 100 years old, but it'd be of 80 to 100. And I go and get the newer looking needles off that because they're full of the richness of the plant of the tree. And what I do is I break off a branch that lasts me, I know, about 4 or 5 days. And I just hug the tree and say I've come for me medicine, and take a branch and speak to it in my through my mental, and thank it. And then what I do is I just take about maybe say at least a dozen needles, and I strip them out of the little dicotyledon that they grow in, the little covering that they grow in. It's called the dicotyledon, and I strip them out of there, and then I cut them up into little centimeter lengths, put them in a diffuser, and lower it into the hot water. But I don't boil it. I don't use boiling water. I let the water go off the boil, so I can. You don't want to burn it. You don't want to cook it. You want to just help to infuse it, and the heat of the water infuses it. You don't have to have it boiling to do that. Yes. I mean, I've been drinking it now. Well, what am I looking at? Probably at least 4 years, I would say. 4 years solid now. And it's so refreshing. I really enjoy it. I'm a little bit disappointed now. I'm talking about it and I haven't got any. I'm going to have to go down the road and it's raining. But I'll get some. I'll get some today.
It's getting warm out there.
Oh, yeah, it's getting warmer. Yep.
I can't believe New Zealand isn't 90 degrees all year round. Is there any deserts there?
We have what we call the desert road, which is in the centre of the island, of the North Island. It's got Narahoe, which is probably our biggest volcano on the side of it. And I'd say most of the areas had a lot of lahars coming down off the side of that volcano to create the kind of desert country that looks like, right?
Jen, I forgot to thank Jen for the $5 donation towards my cat. I appreciate that.
Yeah, very interesting. That split apple rock, I've done a little bit of research on it. In New Zealand is actually made of granite. The stones were placed there. These things are massive. You'd need a bloody crane on a bloody boat to lift them off these days on a modern ship. There's no way that in the times past they had that unless they were big people and they were pebbles in their hands, I reckon.
I'm about to make something to eat myself, I guess. I don't know.
I love tomato on toast. It's one of my favorite things in the morning.
Maybe I wonder if I can load a movie up through StreamYard through recording. I'm gonna have to check that out. It sucks that my hotspot ran out. The good thing is I usually burn it out in the first week and a half. It lasted all month this time, which is a good thing.
All right.
But I'm gonna jump off of here, Dean, and I appreciate you coming up. And maybe I'll go live later, see what everyone's doing.
Well, we're going to be away for a few hours.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So you'd probably be asleep by the time I get back. But if you're going to go live tomorrow, I'll come and join you, bro. Okay?
Yeah.
So to me, it's Boxing Day, whatever they call it. And it's no different to me.
It's Christmas for you. Day. That's right. It's Christmas for you now. Oh, shit. Yeah. I keep forgetting that.
That's all good, bro. I don't care. I mean, it's not worrying me.
Who's this jerk, Charles Waz, in the chat?
Hey?
I'm joking. Dominico. Is that Dominic? Dominico 999.
Don't down yourself like you do, Chuck. I know you do it jokingly, but it's...
Yeah, no. The body don't...
You don't need to hear that shit, bro.
Yeah.
I down myself too much as well. And I know what how it affects us.
Yeah, I'm tough on myself too much, but...
Yeah.
I'm my own worst enemy.
That's me.
But... Oh, okay, Dom. But I hope everyone has a good day. And embrace these times with your family. You might not love one of them, or you might disagree with one of them, but I promise you, when they pass on, you'll think otherwise. I promise you that.
I promise you that myself. Yep. I know very little people these days now. They're dying fast. Hardly fair.
I had a friend steal one of my football cards that was worth a lot of money. I forgot his name. The Bears running back. It was a 1965 or 66 rookie card. Walter Payton. And it was worth a lot, double-digit money, like 15 grand. And I had one of my good friends. It went missing when he came, and he tried to deny it. And we stopped speaking, and he ended up dying like 2 months after that. And I still felt guilty that I let a stupid football card come in between a friendship. But
It happens.
Life's too short, man. Life is too short. Too short.
I was with a friend the other day, and we went into town and we're doing some shopping, and this guy came along. He had his children with him, and he says, "Oh, there's that bugger it." He says, "It's been bloody 5 years, and we fell out 5 years ago. We were bloody good mates, him and I." And I said, "What did you fall out over?" And he said, "Ah, some bloody stupid woman got in between us and caused a bit of trouble." And he said, and we both told each other to get fucked. And he said, that was 5 years ago. And I said, what? Time to change, I reckon. So he went and had a yarn with them. And now they're bloody friends again. And they both said, let's bygones be bygones. I thought it was bloody brilliant to hear that, you know? 5 fucking years of hanging on to some shit, right?
You speak that truth, you get that look. Alright, Dean. Peace, everyone in the chat. Everyone seems to have dipped out. I'm going to go eat, and I will definitely see you tomorrow, Dean.
Okay.
Have a good dinner.
If you're on at the same time in the morning, I'll wake up and I'll come straight over. Okay?
Alright, Dean. Bye, Maureen.
Okay.
And peace to everyone in the chat.
Much love, bro. And just I'm just reaching out and give you a big hug. It's just coming from me and Maureen. Okay? A 3-way hug from me and Maureen. Okay?
Alright, Dean. Thank you.
Have a good day, bro.
Peace. One love.
One love.